Hopefully you can all see and hear me okay. I'm not getting any disagreement, so hopefully that's the case. For those of you who haven't joined this examination so far, I'm William Fieldhouse, inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out an independent examination of the Darlington local plan. This and the other hearing sessions are part of the examination process, which started with the submission of the plan by Darlington Borough Council on the 22nd of December 2020 and will end when I send my report to the Council. This session, like all of the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matter set out on the agenda, and I'll come back to talk about that in a few minutes. However, before we start that discussion, I need to go through some introductory and procedural matters, if I could please. My examination guidance note IN1 was published in January, and guidance note for participants IN6 was published on the 13th of May. I assume you're familiar with those as they set out how today's session will operate. I'll just go through a few key things to hopefully make sure things run smoothly. Only one person can speak at any one time, so please leave your microphone off or muted unless I ask you to speak. If you wish, it also prevents background noises inadvertently interrupting us. So please do switch your microphone onto silent, please. It probably helps with the connectivity. We had a few problems in week one. If everyone's got there's a large number of participants for today. If everyone's got their cameras on all of the time, it tends to make it more likely that we get some sort of cutout. I lost my connection a couple of times. So I think the best thing, if you could please, to leave your cameras turned off as well as your microphones off, unless I ask you to speak. But we'll see how we go on that. I've got access to all the written statements and everything else in the examination library, and if necessary, I can look at the relevant parts during the hearing session or take a reference for later. Everyone else should also have access to the examination library online, so we will not be using the screen sharing function on Microsoft Teams, so please don't try to activate that. There's also a chat function on Teams, but don't use that either because it won't be monitored by Liz or myself, and I won't be accepting anything that's added in that way. As already said and made clear, no further written material should be submitted unless I specifically ask for it. Expected participants are listed on the agenda for this hearing session. However, I'll go through now the list that I've got and check who's actually here and give everyone a chance to introduce themselves. And if I could start with the council, please.
Yeah, David Hand. Hi, sir. David Hand. I'm the head of Planning Policy, Economic Strategy and Environment, representing Darlington Borough Council.
Hello, sir. It's Dave Coates, Darlington Borough Council, head of Development Management and Environmental Health.
Good morning, sir. I'm Andy Casey, head Highway Network Management at Darlington Council.
Dave Nelson.
Good morning, sir.
Fiona McCall.
Good morning, sir. Fiona McCall, Planning Policy Officer, representing Darlington Borough Council.
David Nelson.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, David Nelson. I'm the Principal Planning Policy Officer representing the Council.
Jochen Veres.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, Jochen Veres here from Darlington Borough Council, Planning Policy Officer.
Matthew Usher.
Good morning, sir. Matthew Usher, Planning Officer from Darlington Borough Council.
And John Simpson.
Good morning, sir. I'm John Simpson. I'm the Investment Funding and Manager for Darlington Borough Council.
And do we also have Steve Pickard and or Paul Gray from SYSTRA?
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Steve Pickard from Sistra. Working with
Sistra.
Yeah.
That's Steve Pickard. You've got Paul Gray on your
Steve
name.
Pickard. Paul is also present as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anyone else representing the council this morning? No, okay, thank you. Helen Hewitt.
Morning, sir. I'm Helen Hewitt from Planning House, representing Blackwell Grange Hotel.
Okay. Ken Madison. Mr. Madison, are you there? I thought I saw you earlier. Not at the moment. Okay. Joanne Garrick. No. Martin Bonner.
Morning, sir. Martin Bonner from Savills, representing Helens Land and Homes England.
And Steve Joby from SAJ Transport.
Good morning, sir. Steve Joby, SAJ Transport Consultants, representing Helens Land and Homes England.
James Seabury.
Good morning, sir. James Seabury, representing the Banks Group.
James Hall. James Hall. You were there a minute ago, I think. Okay. Stephen Longstaff, sorry. Okay. Neil Westwick.
It's actually Martin Knight Hollis of Lambert Smith Hampton, representing Skerningham Estates Limited in relation to the question of viability.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight-Hollis. Are there any other representatives for Skerningham Estates this morning, or is it just you this morning?
There are others.
Right, do you want to introduce yourselves, the others representing Skerningham this morning?
Thank you, sir. Christopher Harrison on behalf of Skerningham Estates, and we also have Paul Irwin from Ford Consulting to cover matters of highways.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, sir. Paul Irwin.
Morning. Okay, thank you for that. Tom Baker.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, everyone. My name's Tom Baker. I'm of Savills, and I'm representing Story Homes this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Cowan.
Morning, sir. Yes, I'm here and I'm representing CPRE, also the Durham Bird Club and the Cycling Club, if appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Judith Murray.
Yes, good morning, sir. Judith Murray, and I'm here representing Winfield Residents Association.
Okay, thank you. Roger Fitzpatrick.
Sir, Roger Fitzpatrick sent his apologies late last night. Unfortunately, he's unable to attend today.
Okay, yes, I had been told that. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Mark Gilcran.
Yep, Mark Kilcran, Darlington local resident.
Morning. David Clark.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is David Clark. I'm an active member of a number of campaign groups. I'm here today representing myself as a concerned resident and also the Barmton and Skerningham Preservation Group and the Skerningham Woodland Action Group. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Chris Bowie or Bowie?
Bowie, thank you, sir. Yeah, so Chris Bowie, and I'm a local resident that just so happens to be within the Skerningham allocation. I'm also part of one of the preservation groups as well, so representing myself.
Okay, thank you. Major Fred Greenhow.
Good morning, sir. It's just Fred Greenhow, sir. I'm long retired. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm the Barmton Parish spokesperson, sir. Was appointed almost 4 years ago. We have about 40 residential properties, which includes Elm Tree Farm and the golf club, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Alan Hutchinson.
Hello, my name's Alan Hutchinson. I'm a resident of Darlington. Until very recently, I lived for 43 years in a house which backs onto Darlington Golf Course. During that time, I've been active in the community in all sorts of ways. I'm involved with local campaign groups, and I'm author of the World of Winfield website, which is concerned with all things Winfield, including the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ralph Bradley. Mr. Bradley, your microphone's still on mute. Do you want to just turn it on before you?
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
My name's Ralph Bradley. I'm a resident of Barmton Lane for the last 53 years and represent many of the residents within Barmton Lane.
Okay, thank you. And Christine Fishwick.
Good morning, sir. I'm Christine Fishwick, and I represent North Riverside Residents Association. I'm also a member of the Healthy Walking Group in Darlington.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Mr. Hall's appeared.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. Yeah, I got thrown out of the meeting.
Well, you just need to behave better, Mr. Hall, and you'll be thrown out again. Okay.
James Hall for Bellway Homes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that I either read their name out earlier and wasn't able to respond at the time, or is anyone else here that's hoping to participate this morning? No. Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you for that. Just a welcome to all the. I mean, quite a few people have obviously participated in week one. Some of you haven't, and there's quite a good representation from the community residents of the Winfield and the Skerningham area. So welcome in particular to you. We've got quite a lot of ground to cover today, and there's a lot of interest in this site, I know, and it's particularly helpful to me to have different perspectives about it. So I'm pleased to see that there's a number of you here, and I've read your statements, and you obviously bring some very good local knowledge and information to me. So you know, we will spend time as we need to make sure we get through all of the issues that I wish to tackle today, and hopefully today anyway. Right. Okay. Anyway, we'll come back to that shortly. A reminder that all of the hearing sessions are public events, and they are being broadcast by the council on YouTube, so that anyone who's not participating today can also observe the proceedings. Those recordings are also available to watch afterwards if you wish to look back and see the discussion that took place today. No other recordings should be made or need to be made, and if anyone's wishing to report proceedings through social media or other means, please make sure that's done responsibly. A reminder about the purpose of the examination, which is to help me to decide if the submitted plan is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. In particular, today's sessions is to allow me to follow up some of the questions that I published back in April, which you've obviously, most of you responded to in writing. I'll have some further questions, follow-up questions to the council to start with, and then I'll allow other people to contribute after we've heard the response to those. I will then generally give the council the chance to sum up their position at the end of each item on the agenda. As I've already said, if participants could use the raise your hand icon if you wish to participate, and then I will bring you in at an appropriate time. At other times, if you could leave your microphone and camera turned off, but turn it on when I do invite you to speak. Generally, contributions to the debate should be relevant to my specific questions and brief. I mean, as a guide, as a rule of thumb, I usually say no more than a couple of minutes for any single contribution. So don't try and cover everything you want to say necessarily in one go. You will potentially have an opportunity to come back and add something else if no one else has made the point later when I've moved the discussion on. So we'll try and break the discussion down into sort of manageable parts. Okay, just a reminder that the council has suggested main modifications to the plan since it submitted it, and also some changes to the policies map. This is normal practice in examinations and is intended to ensure that the plan is sound. Schedules were published on the 30th of March. That was documents DBC2 and DBC4, so that they could be taken into account when everyone prepared their written statements in response to my matters and questions. Additional schedules of modifications were published on the 24th of May. That's DBC7, and an updated version of the policies map with the various changes was also published. I don't have the reference number to that down, sorry. But anyway, hopefully you've been able to see that on the website. If I identify during the hearing sessions that main modifications are required or that further work needs to be carried out by the council and or others, I'll usually make that clear during the session, and if I do, the council should keep a note of that. I will issue an action point note after the hearing sessions are finished, as I did after the week one. Whether I do one at the end of this week or whether I do it after the next week, I don't yet know. It's also possible there are some matters that I'd need longer to think about, which I may set out my interim thoughts in a separate note at a later date that aren't covered in an action point. Excuse me 1 minute. Right, so as I said, the agenda for this session was published some time ago. I think a revised version was published. I can't actually remember now, but I just want to run through what we're going to be covering today and also any implications there might be for later hearing sessions. First of all, apologies if there's any confusion, but I had Elm Tree Farm housing allocation on the agenda for today. partly because it's sort of related to the Skerningham allocation, but I think we'll probably deal with that along with the other housing allocations tomorrow. So we won't try and cover that today. So the main issue we've got on the agenda, obviously, is the Skerningham strategic allocation. But before we do that, I want to deal with the council's response to my action point number 3, which was about its viability study that we discussed in week 1. I also want to discuss, I think this should be briefly, the council's methodology for selecting housing allocations. So that sort of sets the framework for the things that the council took into account when deciding which bits of land to allocate for housing development in the plan. So we're going to deal with those 2 things first this morning. But as I said before, I want to make sure we've got plenty of time to discuss the Skerningham allocation. And it seems likely now that I've been through the agenda and clarified what we're going to be covering, including the additional things this morning, that we'll probably need to use this afternoon to discuss the Skerningham site fully, which probably means we won't discuss the Greater Faverdale allocation today, but we will do that then at a later date, which would either be this Thursday afternoon, either before or instead of the Gypsy and Traveller agenda item, which I could do on the morning of this Thursday, or potentially I could deal with Greater Faverdale when we next week when we deal with it. It's also on the agenda for under matter 7, which is about economic development, because of course the Greater Faverdale is a mixed use site, and it may well actually be better to deal with it all. I think we'll have time to do it all next Tuesday, so I think that might be my preference. But I will get a view from the other main participants about that, which are the representatives for Helens and Home England. Right, so that's that. So as I said, we're going to deal with the council's viability, response about the viability and the housing allocations methodology. We'll deal with those, and we'll have a break either between those 2 things, but certainly after those before we move on to Skerningham. We'll have a lunch break around 1 o'clock. That will probably be after we've started on Skerningham, or it may be we may not even start until after lunch on Skerningham. I don't know. It depends how long we're talking about these other matters this morning. Hope that's clear enough. Just one other thing I want to deal with, though, before I see if there's any general sort of procedural points from others, is that I understand that the council have a further revision to make about the housing supply information that it provided in response to my supplementary question 5. Could someone from the council just clarify? This was something I found out yesterday late afternoon, I think. Could someone from the council just clarify what it is that needs updating further or revising further, and when that's likely to be available? Fiona McCall.
Yes, sir. It did come to light recently that there are a small number of housing commitments which haven't been included in the housing trajectory. They've come forward more recently during plan preparation. So we're currently adding those into the housing trajectory this morning, and hopefully have that available for you by lunchtime, including our response to that supplementary question. The other associated tables will also update those and have them hopefully with you by lunchtime.
Okay, just to clarify then, if I could please, when you say more housing commitments, when you responded to SQ5, obviously the plan was based on a comprehensive information about housing supply as at April 2020, I think, is that right?
As at 2021, yes.
No, sorry. When the submitted plan was at 2020,
oh, sorry.
I think. Yeah.
Yes, sir, yes, that's correct. Yeah, the submitted plan was April 2020.
Yeah, so when you responded to SQ5, you had a comprehensive update to that to roll forward all the supply information as at 1st of April 2021. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. But unfortunately, I think it's been a slight oversight on our part that we considered that it maybe wasn't appropriate to keep adding sites in, so we didn't carry out that exercise. And so there's, I think, because also there's been a delay on a number of planning permissions being determined because of the local plan process. There hasn't actually been that many sites gaining planning permission. So it has been a bit of an oversight, and we'll add those in as soon as possible. And kind of as mentioned, that the numbers aren't significant, but will help to boost our land supply.
And just to be clear though, this is not adding commitments that have come forward since the 1st of April this year, is it? This is
no,
just
it's prior to that.
Yeah. So the situation will be the same, except to be factually accurate. The supply information will be the full picture as at the 1st of April 2021. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah. That's what SQ5 was attempting to do, but on reflection, you realise that some things have got missed in that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and apologies for that. Yeah, we'll hopefully resolve that this morning.
Right. So when you say it's a small number, I mean, could you give me any indication of what that small number is and roughly how many dwellings it is?
Yes, sir. There's five sites that are now permissions. The largest one being Sadberge Reservoir site for 46 dwellings, I believe, and the other 4 sites are sort of in between, probably 15 and 30 units. So they're not large scale commitments, but small, medium sized sites. Yes.
Okay. And without wishing you to try and answer the question before the work's been fully done, but it will simply be adding some sites and numbers to the. Nothing else is going to be changing, is it?
No, simply adding those sites in, and then the relevant figures within those tables and our response on that supplementary question will update those as well. So you have a comprehensive data on land supply.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. Right. I better let you go or someone go and get that work done then, I suppose. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, apologies to others for that. Obviously, the agenda item, the first agenda item for tomorrow morning is the overall housing supply situation and the latest information that was published in response to SQ5. So, as you've heard there's going to be a slight update to that. But it's only going to move things in one direction by the sound of things, which is to slightly boost the supply as far as the council see. But that information will be published as soon as it can for those that are involved in that discussion tomorrow. Right. Are there, I've got a hand up from, one moment. Right, okay. I'm going to just take any general procedural questions in a minute. Before I do that, is there any question specifically about what Fiona McCall's just said about the housing supply situation that anyone wishes to make? Mr. Clark, you have your hand up, and Judith Murray you have your hand up. Mr. Clark, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, we climbed onto this very large learning curve a number of years ago, so planning is now a forte. But we did actually pick up within the group that I've been working with that there was some sites that weren't within the, haven't been allocated. So if we can spot it as residents, we think it's a major oversight from the council not to spot this earlier. That's all I've got to say about that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Judith Murray.
Yeah, sorry, sir, mine was more of a general comment on today's procedures. It's just that, unfortunately, I work and I have to go back to work this afternoon at 1 o'clock. And I'm frightened. I'm representing Winfield Residents Association, so obviously I'm going to miss out on the opportunity to speak with regards to Skerningham.
Right, okay, well, I've read your statement and there's quite a lot of other people representing the residents of the area. So what I think I'll do is we'll go through the first 2 agenda items that I'm going to do. I'll make sure that you've got an opportunity before 1 o'clock to make any key points that you wish to make. Obviously, you'll also have an opportunity after you finish your work for today, your real work. There will be the opportunity for you to look back and see the discussion this afternoon that took place on the YouTube recording. And if there's anything that you wish to pick up on in relation to having seen that you think a point hasn't been made or you would have made it, I will think about a way of giving you the opportunity to do that later this week or next week. I think that's probably the best way we can deal with that. But hopefully, I mean, I've read your statement. Other people who are also representing, as I say, the residents and the community concerned about the Skerningham allocation, no doubt have read your statement or can read your statement as well. So I don't think there should be any points that have been missed. But does that sound a reasonable way forward if we can deal with it to fit in with your proper work commitments?
It does, sir. Thank you very much for that, sir.
Okay. Do remind me, though, at some point this morning, before 1 o'clock, to make sure that if there's anything you do wish to say, to make sure, I've got it noted, you do so and put your hand up and I'll make sure we do that before we break for lunch. I'll try and remember, but I may not.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, okay. So are there any other, Fiona McCall, you've got your hand up still. Judith Murray, you've got your hand up still.
Sorry, sir, it was just I had another point, if that was okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Sorry, I failed to mention before, we did also note that one of the commitments had recently expired, site 338 land off Montrose Street. So as part of the update, we'll remove that commitment from the trajectory also. But apologies for those missed sites, and it is a moving situation with the land supply and the housing trajectory, but we'll get that up-to-date position to you as soon as possible.
Well, okay, thank you for that. But no, it can't be a moving situation. It needs to be a fixed situation as at the 1st of April 2021. So I'd like some reassurance that that is an accurate picture of supply as at April 2021. And if that's not possible to do today, we'll have to think about adjourning until we have got that. Or I'll have to go back and rely on the information as April 2020. But it seems, better to have the more recent and up-to-date information, given that, it gives me a better position to make a judgment. So
yeah, I'm
So
confident we'll have
if there's
that.
a problem, yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully someone can come back, either you or someone else with the council can come back later today and explain the information that is now available and give me some reassurance that it is comprehensive and accurate.
Yes.
And it's available then for tomorrow morning. And if the changes are as modest as you've described them, i.e. 5 sites being added and 1 dropping off the commitments list, I think that's reasonable to still just press ahead and discuss that tomorrow morning. If things are more complicated or there's further changes than that, we may have to think about rescheduling that discussion, which wouldn't be ideal. Okay. So as I said, I'll leave you to go away and get that work done, or one of your colleagues. Thank you. Right. So before I turn to viability again, are there any procedural questions from anyone else about today's agenda or the rest of the program? In fact, can I just pick up with Helen's and Home England now? Actually, is anyone? I don't know. Is anyone there to comment on dealing with Faverdale?
Morning, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Bonner. Yeah.
Good morning. I mean, I'm available today if needs be. I'm booked in to attend other sessions as well. If it's if you need to move the agenda, if we could just fix when that would be, that'd be appreciated. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we should do that now then. I think my preference would be to do it on Tuesday morning when we were going to deal with Faverdale anyway, in terms of the employment, its contribution to the employment land. In some ways, it'll be easy to deal with it all in one go, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so that'd be alongside Matter 7.
It's in part of Matter 7. Faverdale was on my agenda for that anyway, because of the employment. It's a mixed-use site. So shall we say we'll do that then, rather than this Thursday afternoon? Presumably in your diary and other colleagues' diaries as well for that.
I'm just checking diaries, but I'll as far as I'm already down to attend that one anyway, so I'll be there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if there's any, I mean, you're down for this morning anyway, weren't you? I think.
Yeah, I'll stick around this morning. Obviously, it was so I'm available for any questions you might have, and I can be this afternoon if anything changes further. So.
Well, I think let's say we won't deal with Faverdale today, just for clarity. Okay. And it means we know we've got the time slot on next Tuesday to deal with that. So let's deal with that then.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. If you've got any further questions about that, obviously today or tomorrow, get in touch with Liz and we'll sort that out. But we'll press ahead on that basis. Mr. Bowie, you had a question, procedural question, is it?
Yeah, it's just is there any chance we can talk more about Skerningham on the morning? I guess the point I'm trying to make is you've got a lot of residents that have joined the call this morning, and unfortunately Skerningham's probably one of the more controversial allocations, and like Judith said, we do have work commitments. I may be able to stick around for the afternoon, but I can't guarantee it, and I just think there's been a lot of changes with the council responses and new information that's been published. I mean, as an example, DBC 9, I wanted to have raise a few points on. So I think it's beyond what's in the actual statements. I think that there is room for some important discussion with the residents. Yeah. So if we can in any way talk about Skerningham this morning, it would be I guess much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I fully intend to start discussion on Skerningham this morning, but I wanted to free up time this afternoon. As I announced last week, I appreciate people have got real jobs and things to do, and it's very helpful to have you making your contributions here. We will start on Skerningham this morning, but I do want to deal with some general issues about viability in the housing allocation selection system first, because it kind of sets the context for it, and I think it's helpful to have that done. But we will start the discussion on Skerningham, and but we will also have time this afternoon.
Right.
But as with okay, well, I'll leave it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Seabury.
Thank you, sir. Just very briefly, if we could just all make sure that we've got the link to the session this afternoon, because obviously the interested parties will be different.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right, Liz. Did you? Yeah, they all need invitations for this afternoon, don't they? Yeah. Okay. Liz will make sure that is done. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Okay, right. Unless there's any other further procedural questions, I'm going to just I'm going to try and deal with this. I'm going to go through some factual things with the council just to check I understand. Insofar as viability is an issue for Skerningham, it's one of my issues I want to talk about today, so we'll come back to that. And insofar as viability assessment generally applies to housing sites, we can deal with that tomorrow. But I thought it was just helpful to run through today for 15 minutes or so with the council, just to clarify its response to my action point 3. This was a follow-up to the discussion we had on Tuesday, the 25th of May. And I'm not going to go over the same ground again, but I just want to check some factual things about what the council's saying about its viability assessment in light of its response. So I think these are probably questions to Mr. Simpson, are they?
Yes, sir.
Just Mr. Bradley, you have your camera on all the time. You're the only one who's not actually speaking that has got the camera. It's up to you, but it probably helps if you turn it off and then just turn it on when I invite you to speak. Okay, right, Mr. Simpson. So thank you for responding to action point 3.
The problem I've got, sir, is if I turn the camera off, everything goes off.
Okay.
I can't hear anything.
No, okay, leave it then. It's fine. Just turn your microphone off, and yeah, that's absolutely fine. Right. Okay, right, Mr. Simpson, if we could just go through, first of all, on the approach to the existing use value and benchmark land values. So you've clarified that the benchmark land value for the high, medium and low value areas are 617,500, 494,400 and 370,650 per hectare respectively. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, and they're based on, for greenfield sites, they're based on sort of uplifts on multiples of existing use value of 25, 20 and 15. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And the existing use value, well, the existing use value for agricultural or greenfield land is £20,000 per hectare, yeah? But you've grossed that up to 24,700, yeah?
Yes, sir.
And that's to deal with the issue of whether the site, the whole of the site will develop or not, and that's an average. So yeah, so the £20,000, the gross existing use value is based on the Savills data you refer to that you included in your answer, yeah?
Yes, sir. But I mean, there is other local evidence. The greenfield sites are generally the same, more or less everywhere. But yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And that doesn't seem to be disputed, but I mean, those figures you provided me from Savills are in acres, not hectares. So again, but anyway, it's based on the prime and grade 3 arable land price, yeah, and the 20,000 hectares, but yeah, okay, right. So, but you turn that into you gross that figure up by assuming across all the typologies, an average, I think that around 75% of the gross site area will be developed, because that varies from 100% on a small site to 60% on one of the larger sites in the typologies that you used. Is that right?
Yes, sir. In its existing use, it will be closer to 100% as greenfield. Therefore, you have to make it like for like to make it an adjustment to the existing use.
Yeah. So on average, but you've applied an average 75% that raises the value of the existing use up to nearly 25,000 rather than 20,000. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So if the net developable area were lower than 75%, the grossed up EUV, existing use value, would be higher, would it?
Yes, yeah, per site. If you did it on a site-by-site basis,
Yes.
yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if you had if rather than 75%, if it was say 32% or so half the net developable area, how would that affect the grossed existing use value?
It would double it. If the net to gross was if it would double the existing use value,
Yeah,
because
so just
in its existing use you would get 100% use as a greenfield site. So
yeah.
It would double it, but it would still make it like for like. It'd be the same value. It wouldn't change the value. It would just make, in terms of the overall value would stay the same.
Okay. So, and how would you then translate that grossed up existing use value into a benchmark land value? Would you still multiply it by the 15, 20, or 25, or not?
I think I've used the grossed up benchmark land value to make the 25 ratio. Yes, so as I'm aware,
still do the same.
So I think 24,700 times 25. I think it should be 670,500, for example.
Yeah. But if the grossed up existing use value was say 40,000, you would simply multiply that 40,000 by the 20 or the 25, yeah?
No, because it's per net developable area. I agree with saying it's the relationship between the existing use value and the benchmark land value is a relationship between 1 to 25, definitely.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, and you've applied it to the grossed up existing use value.
Yes.
So if the grossed up existing use value,
the net. Every net developable hectare is worth the same.
Yeah, I know, but you've used the term grossed up when you'd say 24,700. You called it grossed up, but that's the phrase you use. That's the phrase I'm using.
Yeah.
Well, all I'm trying to establish is if you assumed a lower net developable area than 75%, the existing use value would be higher than 24,700, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. You're right.
That's your methodology. Yeah, that's your methodology.
Yeah,
and you then still apply the multiple of 15, 20, or 25, depending on whether it was a low, medium, or high value area to get a benchmark land value.
Yeah, yes, I agree.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay. So the whole point of establishing a benchmark land value, is for it to represent the price that a willing landowner would accept to sell their land, isn't it? That's what the benchmark land value is for.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then that land would be the whole of the site, the gross area, wouldn't it? Not just the net developable bit. It's the whole site, isn't it? That has to be bought by the developer.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So, just to be absolutely clear, your approach to the viability assessment in CDO8 then works out a residual land value, taking into account all the development costs and values and the profit for the developer, etc. And you get a residual land value, and you compare that to the benchmark land value. And if it's greater than the benchmark land value, well, that's viable, and the bigger the difference, the more viable it is. Yeah, that's in simple terms.
Yes, sir.
But there may be some circumstances where the difference between the residual land value and the benchmark land value would have to be greater, or it could be less, to incentivise the landowner. And that might be something we talk about for Skerningham, but that's the starting point. And we'll come on to your updated table 10 in a minute. Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. So in terms of your revised table 10, thank you very much for doing that. That's exactly what I was hoping for, and it gives a good picture of the relative viability or unviability, if that's the right phrase, of the different typologies. What was the definition of marginal that you used in the original table 10? Was it a certain percentage of over or above the residual land, the benchmark land value?
I mean, more or less plus or minus 2.5%, but maybe up to 5%. I mean, I use the range that might be in terms of the gross development value, that might be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Right, and just to be clear, that the original table 10 assumed the 10%, 20%, and 30% affordable housing in the different value areas. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right, and what that showed us was that this is the original table 10. It showed that none of the typologies were viable in the low value areas. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And in the medium,
Sorry, I've got the table 10 in front of me. So, if you, yes, sir.
Okay. And in the in the medium value areas, the medium-sized greenfield urban extensions, i.e. the 250 and the 500 ones, were viable.
Yes, sir.
But other greenfield extensions were marginal, and brownfield sites were not viable. That was the original. So, yep. But in the high value areas, all development types were shown to be viable.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you. The revised table 10 that you've provided now also assumes the same affordable housing provision. Yeah. It's got that built into it again. But this has some differences to the original table 10 in the sense that some of the colours have changed. I think there's 5 typologies that have changed. So we'll just run through those. So there's nothing different in the low value areas. Everything's shown to be not viable, and you've got the minus over 200%, aren't they? The benchmark value to residual land value. In the medium value areas, small greenfield sites of 3 types of up to 50 are not viable now. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the 500 dwelling greenfield is marginal rather than viable.
Yes, sir.
So they're the 2 changes in that column. And then there's 2 changes in the high column. That one is the small brownfield is not viable.
Yes, sir.
And the 100 dwelling brownfield is marginal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So there's 5 typologies of different. Why have they changed? Was that just?
I think it was just an error in the first set of tables. It was a marginal error, but I apologise. It was incorrect.
Yeah. Okay. So the figures, we can see the figures are they're quite small percentages compared to the benchmark land values. Okay, but obviously these are theoretical typologies, and actually the allocations in the plan tend to be of certain types. I think your matter 1 statement, I don't know if it might be someone else who answers this or not, I don't know, but only 3 allocations with a total capacity for 125 homes were in low value areas. And these were all owned by the council, and they would like to bring them forward for affordable housing. So the fact that the low value areas were shown as not viable wasn't of a concern to the council. So that hasn't changed. So I've got that point. In the medium value areas, all but 1 allocation were in what was shown to be viable typologies in the original table 10. But as we've just discussed, one of those is now shown to be viable. Does that make any difference to the allocations in the plan you're aware of? Or can you answer that, Mr. Simpson, or is that Mr. Rush?
Sorry, sir, if I can help. Sorry, I was just trying to get my camera off. We don't think it material alters the position, no. All of the allocations in the medium value area are either within the typologies that are demonstrated to be marginal or viable. So there's none that are in any that have changed to being unviable.
But the ones that were viable are now the 250 typology, whereas the larger one, the 500 and the 1000, well, the 500 one is shown to be just 4%. So that's a marginal plus 4% over the benchmark land value, and the larger greenfield is minus 10%. So the margin, okay, so it's the marginal. So in the medium value areas, that's where the allocations are. They're in the marginal sort of category.
That's correct on those larger typologies, yes.
Right, and in the high value areas, the fact that a couple of the typologies, the brownfield ones, have become unviable or marginal, does that make any difference to the allocations in the plan?
No, I don't believe it does, no.
Okay, right. So in terms of the percentage figures that are, or the absolute figures, which is what the HBF said that they'd like to look at, in terms of the main typology types for the medium and the high value areas, well, we've talked about they're marginal in the low value areas. What about in the higher value areas? Are the figures, do they show strong viability, or how would you describe it, Mr. Simpson?
Yeah, I would say that, yes, the good viability, yes, strong.
Okay, right. Thank you for that. That's clarified things, and we'll come back to how this relates to Skerningham and indeed, Skerningham today and Faverdale on next Tuesday, and indeed for other allocations when we talk about them tomorrow. I may have some questions about viability, and others may have, but I think that's clarified the sort of the factual situation for the viability discussion that we had and the update to it. So thank you for that. Is there anything? Sorry, is there anything further you want to say, Mr. Simpson, just by way of background to that?
No, thank you, sir. I think you've covered everything, and hopefully I've answered your questions.
Yeah. Okay. As I say, we'll come back to the implications of that for some of the allocations in due course. Right. Are there any questions that people wish to make to ask in relation to that, in terms of the updated viability? Not site specific about Skerning or any other particular site, but just about that kind of methodology. Right. I'll go down the list. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, people have already mentioned about day jobs. My day job is I'm an independent financial advisor. I've been for the last 25 years. I specialise in mortgages, so I have first-hand day-to-day experience of how hard it is for many people to afford these premium price new builds. Regarding the viability, sir, I take it that Skerningham is classed as an urban extension, and it's in the medium bracket. The allocation of affordable housing is 20%. Now, the government has just announced the new starter homes, and the criteria about the new starter homes is that 25% of the affordable allocation must be the government's new starter homes. Now, they've got to be offered at a minimum of 30% discount off the actual selling price. Darlington Borough Council can actually impose a higher figure than that 30%, but that's the very minimum. I've worked out, sir, that Skerningham would have 900 houses in the affordability category, so 25% of that starter homes is 225 starter homes. If we work on an average house price of 300,000, and I'm being quite kind, that might be not the average, it could be higher, it could be slightly lower, but that actually works out at a discount, a minimum discount of £90,000. So if you times that by 225,000, that's £20,250,000, sir, that would have to come off the viability report. So it's been revised by the council, but would it be possible if we could have it to include the starter homes from the government, sir?
Okay, well, I'm going to deal with it's first homes, isn't it?
First homes, sir, yeah.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. We're going to deal with affordable housing on Thursday morning, and first homes will be part of that. But I think, well, maybe the council just wishes to say something quickly now. I don't want to get bogged down in this, and if there are any implications for the viability assessment, we'll ask them to do that. But there is a transitional arrangement in the written ministerial statement and the update to the planning policy guidance about the first homes, which allows plans that have already been submitted for examination to proceed on the basis of not having to reflect the First Homes initiative. Could someone from the council just quickly comment on that, if they could? As I said, we're going to deal with this on Thursday, but if we could just get an initial comment on that. Fiona McCall, you're still there? You're not doing housing numbers.
Yeah, there's somebody else is doing it for now, but I'm going to take over in a minute. Yes, that, as I understand it in the ministerial statement about first homes, there's the transitional period, and so that new requirement doesn't affect us at the moment, and we assess the plans assessed on the policy prior to that coming in. That's how I read it and how I understood it, sir.
Okay, well, maybe we could just have a think about this before Thursday morning, because that's my reading of it, that there's no requirement for this plan to be updated to alter that. But I suppose the question that was in my mind that I was going to raise on Thursday was, well, when the plan's implemented, are there any cost implications for the delivery of affordable housing that there might be based on the first homes that will come in, even though this plan doesn't have to reflect first homes? I don't know what the answer to that is, but if the council could just have a think about that, and we'll deal with it on Thursday morning.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Mr. Gilcran.
Yeah, so this topic was originally discussed on the 25th of May, if I'm right, and I wasn't on the attendees list that day, but I did watch it back on YouTube. I was particularly concerned when it was flushed out that in terms of infrastructure, it was assumed that a brownfield site is on par with a greenfield site in having no existing infrastructure. Now, as we're also talking about jobs, I'm a construction manager in my profession, and I've got experience of developing brownfield sites. And I would accept that you can't assume that the 100% of the infrastructure is pre-existing, but the percentage certainly isn't zero either. And that could have a dramatic effect on the figures in this viability assessment.
Affect the figures for the greenfield infrastructure costs or the brownfield infrastructure?
So when we were talking about potential construction costs, it was raised that brownfield site, whilst it may have other issues such as contaminants and stuff, that it would have pre-existing infrastructure which would reduce that element of build cost. And in the last meeting, it was said that this assessment assumed that there was no pre-existing infrastructure for brownfield land.
Yeah, okay. So it's the brownfield infrastructure cost you think may be underestimated for by the council in the viability, yeah?
Or overestimated in terms of cost.
Overestimated, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Right, Mr. Cohen.
Yes, sir, thank you. The point that I would just like to make is how much has the issue of compensation or mitigation for biodiversity matters been taken into consideration when considering the deliverability and how much it may affect the cost. Generally, I know not always, on brownfield sites there is not likely to be much biodiversity interest, but on the number of greenfield sites we've got in Darlington, certainly from the Bird Club point of view, I would be saying we want to be looking at a lot. And I note from the Savills report that you've mentioned that is included in the council statement that they are commenting that low-grade agricultural land is increasing in value for this reason. So really my question is just how much has this sort of thing been taken into account when assessing the deliverability in monetary terms? It's great to have a monetary value, but should we be going behind on one or two of these matters as well?
Okay, thank you. We're going to deal with the approach to biodiversity and mitigation and the policy relating to that next week. But we did have some discussion about the assumptions about the biodiversity in the viability assessment, and I think some points were made by others as well that they are possibly underestimated that. So I've got that point. Thank you. Right, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, sir. I was just referring back to the 26th of May session on early days at matter 2. Obviously, you'll be aware that ourselves and HBF and a few others were concerned that the assessment didn't factor in. We had a lot of talk about charging points, but there was some of the policy, the M policies to do with accommodation for the elderly and lifetime, etc., which I know you'll have notes of and is summarised in our statement for that day. But am I right that this review of the assessment, having read it quite carefully yesterday, doesn't seem to factor any of that in? Is that correct? And will that get picked up in the round when you get towards your report, I guess?
Well, yeah, I didn't ask them to rework any of those. I mean, they went through the representations made at Reg 19 and they reworked some of the points that had been made there. But CDO8, the assumptions in that, no, there haven't been any changes to those that have been made subsequent to the discussion we had on the 24th, 25th of May, whatever it was. If there's anything, when I take stock and have a look at that and think if there's anything further that needs to be done on viability, that may be something I need to pick up on. But I think factually you're correct. No, it doesn't. They've not.
No, it's just because we did say that it could be a few £1,000s a plot that's effectively been missed out before you get into talking about biodiversity, net gain, etc. As we're more to do with built fabric and obviously adding charging points, etc. per plot. And I think you've said we'll come on to it in the site specifics, but if you bear in mind we were arguing we crossed a boundary between medium and low value on one site, for example. It's just when you combine all the factors, it might be significant. But I'm quite happy to let the EIP run and you decide at the end if you need more. I thought that was what you might be doing.
No, I suppose one of the things that I wanted to get first before thinking about whether any of the cost assumptions should be, reworked was to look at what the cushion was in terms of how big, because obviously the original table 10 in the viability assessment just showed them as being green, amber or red. So what we've now got is the relative strength of the viability or not for the different typologies, and you've had a chance to see that in table 10, and it shows in the high value areas you've got 100% excess of residual land value over benchmark land value, which provides some comfort even if some of the costs may be underestimated. But that's equally in the medium value areas, the typologies that are allocated tend to be marginal rather than comfortably viable. So in that sort of respect, you could say, well, that's a bit of a warning light, isn't it? Because if some of the costs are actually going to be greater, it's going to push those over into the unviable category. So thank you for flagging it up. It is something that I will think further about. So I don't think I'm asking the council to do any more today in terms of varying the inputs, but it is possibly something I can come back to.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Seabury.
Thank you, sir. Yes, regarding the updated table 10 and the medium greenfield typologies, I'm not entirely sure why there's such a variance now between 250 unit, 500 unit and 1,000 unit development.
Sorry, is this the medium value area you're talking about?
Yes, the medium greenfield value area. So I'm not quite sure why there's such a variance now previously. I can only assume it maybe relates to infrastructure and the scale of the sites. And I would just refer to our Matter 1 statement, which we did discuss at the previous session, where in terms of infrastructure provision, an assessment of previous developer contributions has been considered, and then it's been related to the infrastructure delivery plan and the items within there, which do include ranges, and they do identify a series of potential sources of funding, references to Tees Valley Combined Authority, national government funding in the IDP. So I suppose my point is to highlight that if there was significant infrastructure for a 500 unit or 1,000 unit development, then you would anticipate that those sources of funding would actually reduce the contributions potentially. So just to highlight that kind of, I can only assume that's why there's a variance, and I don't necessarily believe the variance is as great as has been suggested by that table.
Okay, so insofar as there are allocations, and there are allocations, are there not, in those sort of greenfield urban extensions of those sizes that you described in the medium value areas? Yeah. So you're saying, well, the fact that some of them are shown as marginal may not be as much of a problem as it may appear, because there may be some funding sources available to deal with that. Yeah,
it's partially that, and partially just the amount of assumptions which go into local plan viability. So as far as I'm concerned, I think those sites are viable. I think they're comfortably viable. I don't think they're necessarily marginal, and I think the updated table 10 maybe doesn't reflect some of the issues that we've highlighted in our statements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you for that different perspective on it. Right, Mr. Clark, did you have another point about viability in general?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just another quick point regarding the Skerningham site 251.
We're going to deal with Skerningham viability in due course. So
yeah, sorry, sir, it's to do with the starter homes. The local plan is due to run till 2036. And the council and the developer are saying that only 1,800 homes will be built within Skerningham up to 2036, and the rest of the housing is going to be built up to 2050. So the new starter homes from the government, sir, would actually be, taken into account for the other houses that will get built after 2036.
Okay, well, as I said, I've asked the council just to clarify that there may be implications for first homes actually during the plan period before 2036 as well. I don't know. All I know is that the plan isn't expected to be modified to reflect first homes. My question to the council is, well, that may be so, but does the first homes scheme have any implications for the implementation of the plan and any costs that there might be in terms of the types of affordable housing that will be made? So thank you for that. And yeah,
Thank you,
I've got right. Okay. Any other points about general viability before we move on to the next issue, which is about the methodology? Mr. Madison. Do you want to put your camera on, Mr. Madison? Okay, Mr. Madison, did you want to speak? Okay, we'll leave that. Mr. Madison? I see he's having some problems. Right. Okay. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll move on. I think Mr. Madison seems to be there, but he may be having connectivity problems. But if necessary, we can come back to him. So I'm going to move on from viability, but we will come back to it certainly about Skerningham and about other sites in due course. And I've picked up the points from Mr. Hall, Mr. Seabury as well about interpreting the tables and any other assumptions that could be varied in terms of the costs, etc., and also the first homes scheme and any implications for that. Right. So the next item on the agenda is the methodology for selecting housing allocations, which I'm just going to run through my understanding of it with the council, get them to answer a few questions, and then I'll see if there's any. I'm not going to talk about any allocations in this. It's just about the methodology, really, and things that were or were not taken into account. And I'll see if people have got any points they wish to make about that. So, first of all, we've got the Housing and Employment Land Availability Assessment 2017, which was published in 2018. That's document SD10, and that was described by the council as a high-level assessment, identified every site that was put forward and they were aware of that was in terms of available, suitable, and achievable. And it didn't take account of the settlement hierarchy or the spatial strategy. So do you want to just briefly, I'm not sure who we're talking to at the council here, but do you want to just briefly just tell me how those three criteria were applied? It's the multitasking Fiona McCall again.
Yes, sorry, me again, sir. Yes, that's correct, how you've explained the methodology. The HELAR was the initial first sieve of sites. I think there was approximately 120 sites submitted as part of the HELAR process. It was a high-level assessment looking at the suitability, availability and achievability of sites in line with the guidance. And following that initial assessment, sites that scored well in the HELAR moved to the sustainability appraisal, and that's where a more detailed assessment of those sites were undertaken against the sustainability objectives. And further consideration was given to those higher level criteria related to the settlement hierarchy and the council's proposed distribution.
Right, I'll just stop you there. So just the first stage was the HELAR, and that was very high level, available, suitable, achievable. Those that met all three of those criteria, or?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
So then you move on to the sustainability appraisal, which we talked about, and that's got all the different objectives. So I'm not going to go back through that, but we've got tables for every site with scores against each of them for different colours and everything, and that gave you a relative way of looking at each of the sites. Then,
yes, that's correct, sir.
But that again didn't necessarily directly assess how it fitted with the spatial strategy. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that was another concept. it was interlinked in terms of some of those criteria.
Like
for instance,
accessibility and
accessibility, sort of distance to services, that type of thing. So there was criteria which interlinked with it, but there was also sort of a planning judgment, if you like. Also, did the sites fit with the settlement hierarchy and the spatial distribution approach that we were trying to achieve?
So that brings me on to then what you describe as the application of some further high-level criteria, and that seems to be a mixture of physical constraints such as environmental sensitivity and other things like that, but also spatial strategy. And that's, so could you just talk through how you applied that then?
Again, I think some of those factors are probably interlinked with the criteria within the essay. In terms of environmental constraints, there's probably a number of objectives that relate. So yes, the kind of the detail was carried out in terms of the essay, and the higher level considerations were kind of always mindful of, not necessarily documented anywhere, but we were mindful of those higher level considerations in preparing the draft plan.
Okay, well, so let's take an example then, because I think this came up under the spatial strategy. I'm not going back to discuss about the merits of the spatial strategy or not, so we've had that discussion. But if you took, for example, sites that may have come through from the HELA and have scored reasonably well in the sustainability appraisal, let's say the service villages, and you take the three examples of the service villages, Herworth, Hyington and Middleton St George. Why were no more sites allocated at Herworth or Hyington, but there was a site allocated at Middleton St George, given that the latter had a lot of development in recent years? So it couldn't have been to sort of make up for a sort of a shortfall. Was it simply because it was seen as a more sustainable village with better services, or was it because there weren't suitable sites at Herworth or Hyington?
I think, as set out in our distribution topic paper, we felt that there were more suitable sites for allocation in the Middleton St George village. The other sites which were under consideration at Herworth and Hyington had more constraints related to them and more issues. So our approach was to propose for allocation the more suitable and sustainable sites, and that's why there is probably a skew towards there being more. There's obviously more commitments and a larger level of growth in the Middleton St George village, because there seem to be more suitable sites, and the village lent itself better for area of expansion in comparison to the other two service villages.
So it was very much, it wasn't that, I mean, they're all categorised as service villages. So
yes.
There wasn't a hierarchy of settlement strategy applied to those. It's simply that you felt that the one, I mean, we're only talking one allocation, aren't we, the Middleton St George, but you thought that was a good site. There was no reason in settlement terms why it shouldn't be allocated. So from your point of view, that can be allocated. But on the other hand, Herworth and Hyington, there were sites that had come through from the HELA and through the SA, but you felt they weren't good enough to warrant allocation, even though there wasn't anything in principle that suggests that there couldn't be an allocation at Herworth or Hyington. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. So it's just that they weren't suited. He didn't deem them. And if I looked at the sustainability appraisal score, would I see them scoring noticeably worse then than the Middleton St George site?
Most likely, yes, or potentially within the commentary for those sites, you would see some of the issues raised or some of the other constraints to suggest that they'd be more difficult to bring forward.
So, in development management terms, there'd be a reason for refusal on one of the sort of site-specific grounds, as far as you're concerned, for one of those. Is that
potentially,
or at least? Sorry, go on.
Sorry, so I was just going to say potentially, but I think what we've done is just chosen the best sites out of the sites that we had submitted.
Okay.
So I think there may be other sites that could be allocated in the future, but I think the ones we've chosen are the most suitable at this point of time. Okay, so they all have to fit with a spatial strategy. Herworth and Hyington could fit with a spatial strategy, but you didn't need additional
sites. You got enough sites across the borough. You didn't need more. And insofar as service villages were going to make any more allocations, the most suitable one was Middleton and St George. So that's the one big significant allocation.
Yes, there is an allocation at Hindon as well, but that's a smaller scale, just for I think it's approximately 20 units at Beach Crescent. East, yes. And the Herworth sites are now commitments have sort of moved forward through the planning application process. So one was previously an allocation, I believe, in the draft local plan, but the times have moved on and they're now both commitments.
Okay. Right, now I just wanted to understand what the rationale was, and I think you made it very clear. It's just the relative suitability. I mean, obviously the spatial strategy was an important filter, but when it came down to some specifics, it wasn't suitability for that. Right, just a couple of other things then, before I open it up and see if there's any other comments from others on that. The Green Party have kind of criticised the methodology by not either taking account of or not fully taking account of landscape sensitivity or impacts on biodiversity. Do you want to comment on those?
Yes, no problem, sir. We did have a landscape sensitivity assessment of potential housing sites undertaken and published in 2019. So that's obviously fed into the process too. But there was initial assessment of impact on landscape, and the sustainability appraisal. There is one of the objectives is linked to landscape. So I think obviously the study came at a slightly later date, but obviously that has also fed into the process and consideration of sites, and has also helped with the I believe the site allocation statements. Which it helps with factors such as that in preparing those statements for the plan. In terms of, should I move on to the biodiversity point? In terms of, we have also considered that through the sustainability appraisal process. I think it's objective 13, which references either biodiversity or ecology consideration. And our ecologist at the time, that was with the council, fed into that sustainability appraisal process. So as I understand, he went through all of the potential allocations and alternative sites with colleagues, sort of raising any ecology, biodiversity issues locally on national sites through that appraisal and assessment. But also we obviously have our habitats regulations screening assessment also to support the plan. So a consideration of European sites were looked at through that process as well. So there has been a full consideration of biodiversity through the plan preparation.
So that specialist input meant that if there'd been a sort of insurmountable problem in terms of biodiversity or a strong reason why a certain site couldn't be developed, and obviously there's policies in the plan to ensure mitigation and etc. But if there was a fundamental problem, that would have been flagged up by the SA with that ecologist input. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yeah, okay. Right, and finally, in terms of accessibility by non-car modes, again, the Green Party suggests this hasn't been properly assessed for the large sites around the edges of the main urban area. I mean, we're going to talk about the large sites and the actual the realities of public transport accessibility by buses, isn't it? But do you want to just comment again on how that was taken into account in terms of accessibility of allocations?
Yes, I believe that's another consideration of the sustainability appraisal. Sorry, so I don't know which objective it is, but there's obviously looks at existing accessibility on sites, sort of public footpaths, cycleways, and also the potential for further provision in those types of infrastructure. And there's obviously also an assessment of how the sites relate to existing facilities and services, and also again what other provision could come forward on sites, on mainly the larger sites in the future. So yes, there was a consideration of those issues.
Okay, I suppose there's two elements to that. I mean, particularly on the larger sites, it's not so much about what exists now, it's about what can be provided in the future, given that obviously they're very large areas of land on the edge of the town. So we'll deal with that on site-by-site basis. But I've got the point then that in terms of general, the sustainability appraisal picked up accessibility using a common kind of yardstick. And there are policies we're going to talk about in terms of the 400 metres from a bus stop, in terms of how that applies to site allocations. Right. Okay, thank you for that. Anything else the council wishes to say about the methodology used for selecting housing allocations before I open it up to see if there's comments from others? No, okay.
I think that's
right.
I think that's fine, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, sir. I mean, we have looked through the council's approach to allocating sites, and we conclude that it is sound. So 6.2.13 of the emerging local plan states that sites are being allocated in accordance with the locational strategy, access to services, avoiding environmentally sensitive areas, a mix of sites and locations, and an assessment of deliverability. Now, this is in line with what the planning practice guidance asks of councils or suggests councils should look at in terms of assessing site availability and supply. So paragraph 15 of the planning practice guidance housing land availability chapter says that it's appropriate for councils to look at physical and environmental constraints, proximity to services and infrastructure, and consistency with the development plan policies. So the council's approach as set out in the emerging local plan is consistent with the planning practice guidance in that respect. And certainly the allocations set out in the plan have been assessed through the HELA, as we've just heard, with suitable sites from that document being taken forward in the sustainability appraisal. And looking at the sustainability appraisal, and it's a particularly Appendix G, there are various environmental, social and economic factors that are assessed with each allocation. And going back to earlier comments regarding landscape and ecology, they are in fact assessed through that Appendix G of the sustainability appraisal. So I think it's criteria 15 says assesses each site with its ability to protect and enhance the character and quality of Darlington's landscape, and criteria 13 assesses each site for its ability to protect and enhance biodiversity and geodiversity. So those factors have been looked at through the local plan process. Both of my client sites, Great Burden and Maxgate Farm, have been assessed through that Appendix G process, and both sites did not score any negative sustainability points or credentials, and hence were therefore taken forward for allocation. So we're fully supportive of the council's approach in that respect. There is within the Darlington topic paper, there is a specific discussion around Middleton St George, and it's clear that the council's approach was about allocating the best and most sustainable sites across those service areas, rather than allocating specific proportions to any particular service area, service village rather. It was determined that it was best to allocate the most sustainable sites. And of course, as we've mentioned in previous sessions, Middleton St George is twice as big as Hyington, and 50% bigger than Hurwith. So there is a difference there, notwithstanding they're all within the same sort of hierarchy. There is a material difference.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's I've had confirmation from the council and from yourself as well that it was about the suitability of the sites when it came down to some of the decisions made about across the service villages or whatever. So thank you for that. Right, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, sir. Two quick points, if I may. The first one is biodiversity. 96% of the massive mammals on the planet today is us and the livestock that we've domesticated. Only 4% is everything else, from elephants to badgers to tigers to bats. Nature once determined how we survive. Now we determine how nature survives. Sir David Attenborough. Very quick other point. In my lifetime, 50% of the species on Earth has disappeared. That's why Skerningham, this woodland, this farmland, is threatened and so important. Kendra Ullihart from Darlington, Friends of the Earth. So they're two very inspirational people that have made me swallow the brave pill to be here today to discuss what could be lost in Skerningham. Now, we did ask the council for a copy of this ecology report for Skerningham, and they refused it. We put a Freedom of Information Act in, sir, and they refused that. So in the end, we had to crowdfund under the Skerningham Woodland Action Group, and the generosity of our members, we managed to raise enough money. We also won an award from the National Lottery, the postcode lottery. So we managed to crowdfund for this ecology report. I hope, sir, you had a chance to have a look at that ecology report. Thank you. And we also managed to get a very good documentary together. I hope you found that there were some heartfelt statements in there. I hope you got a chance to have a look at that as well, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Yes, I can confirm that I've read the report and I've looked at I've watched the video that you've provided.
Thank you.
Just
one quick point regarding. Sorry. Yeah,
we're going to come on to Skirningham, so I just
I finished on biodiversity, sir. Just a quick point regarding HELAR, because we were under the impression that Elm Tree Farm was going to be discussed today, but we see the agenda's been moved, and as other people have said, we do have commitments, and we weren't aware that that was going to get removed from today. So I did have some points regarding Elm Tree Farm. Just a quick point, sir. Would it be possible for me to submit that in an email to Liz, because I may not be available to sit in on the day that Elm Tree Farm site would be talked, which is site 392?
Yeah. Okay, well, obviously I've read your statements about Elm Tree Farm. I only had a limited number of questions about it. I mean, if there's a strong preference to talk about it today, I possibly can do. But I've got the points, and some of the points are about the access and about the effect on Springfield Park, I think, and various points like that.
Sorry, sir, it's the HELAR process. You know, we were told that a sound plan, every site had to go through the HELAR process. And we've got no evidence of site 392 as actually going through that HELAR process, sir. Site 392 only kind of appeared sometime in 2018 after the HELAR, call to sites had actually been called. So just a query on that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll let the council. I'm going to break soon. Once I've got a few more comments to make about the methodology for selecting housing allocations. I'll ask the council to comment on that procedural point. I mean, sometimes sites do come forward after a HELAR call for sites process. I mean, that's just an inevitability for one reason or another. So that in itself doesn't make it an unsound allocation. As I say, there are some site specifics I didn't want to talk about that. Okay, right, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, sir. First of all, perhaps I should just clarify, I'm not a Darlington resident, as I'm sure you appreciate from the time we were at the Durham plan. But all the organisations I represent do have an interest in Darlington for one reason or another. And the point that I would like to make is following up really from that Green Party report that you have just mentioned on landscape and biodiversity and the response that Ms McCall gave. Her response may, and indeed from Mr. Baker, may or may not be applicable in respect of each site taken individually. But Darlington, to be honest, Darlington has just amazed me with the amount of development that it has proposed. And I've been involved in local plans, not just for Durham, as you'll be aware, but also for Gateshead, for Stockton, for Hartlepool, for Sunderland. And never before have I seen such a concentration of development as is planned in the Darlington local plan, virtually extending from Coniscliffe in the west, right round the north, to Great Burton in the east, and also, of course, Middleton St George, that has just been mentioned. Now, I am aware that Middleton St George is not here today, and I wonder whether they will get an opportunity to comment on what has been said today about the service village Middleton St George, bearing in mind the amount of development that I am aware has already gone on.
Mr. Cohen, we've had that discussion in week one about the strategy in Middleton St George and the parish council. Here we are.
I was in the Hebrides that week, sir, and I'm afraid I haven't picked up on it, so I apologise for that. I apologise. The main thing I would want to sort of follow from this, from what I'm saying, is has the cumulative impact on landscape and biodiversity been assessed, bearing in mind the sheer volume of development that is proposed around the outskirts of Darlington?
Yeah, okay, thank you, understood. It's not so much just about individual sites, it's about the fact that all of the extensions around the west, north, and east of the town. It's the cumulative impact.
That's the point I'm wanting to make, and I may be a bit long-winded in getting there. So.
Oh, thank you. I got it. Yeah, thanks. Okay, Judith Murray.
Hi, thank you, sir. Again, like David, I was hoping to talk about Elm Tree today, but with my work commitments, unfortunately, I cannot attend the hearing to discuss Elm Tree. But I don't know whether it's relevant to mention this point here or not, but we're talking about accessibility and sustainability. And I don't know whether it's relevant to mention the fact that Darlington Borough Council's own Transport Policy Officer says that the Elm Tree site does not meet the set guidance within the SPD that states that 80% of the development should be within 400 metres walking distance of a bus stop. Therefore, in their opinion, the site is not accessible by public transport. And I guess the question is, if Darlington Borough Council's Transport Policy Officer is stating this, why has the site been included within the local plan allocation if it is not accessible or not deemed to be accessible by public transport?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll pick up that point about its accessibility and how it can be improved or not. Mr. Bowie.
Yeah, thank you, sir. In the interest of transparency, it would be useful to know exactly what was done in terms of ecology, this ecology report that Fiona mentioned. I've not seen any details of that, and I think Dave touched on it a little bit, but I would just be interested to know what tests were performed, when they were actually performed, and what locations that that those ecology areas kind of covered, if possible. I think it would be useful in the interest of transparency.
Sorry, you're talking about the sustainability appraisal and the input from the council's ecologist.
Yeah, we've not seen any major details on that. So I think in the interest of transparency and an open discussion, I think it would be useful to see things like that.
Well, I'm not asking for further, documents are in the library, and if they're not in the library, there was a chance to make representations about them back in, when the plan was published for consultation. Insofar as we can talk about specific sites, we can get into details.
Yeah.
I mean, the council explained the process that their ecologist sat down and went through as part of the sustainability appraisal process and advised the council, and that led to the different scores and the site selection process. So I'm sorry, I'm not asking for further ecology information at this stage in time. If there's a particular site that I'm concerned about with the discussions that we have about the ecology, I can come back to that. But the council may wish to respond to that point, but I think I've understood what's available and not. But
very little.
Anything else?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chris Smith.
Good morning, sir. It's actually Christopher Harrison on behalf of Skerningham Estate, using Chris Smith's login for better connectivity purposes. Yeah. Just to respond on a couple of points. The settlement hierarchy SH1 in the plan is clear that Darlington main urban area is to be the focus for future development, and map 1 in the HELAR is very clear in demonstrating that there's been a comprehensive analysis of sites in and around Darlington's main urban area, particularly bound by and beyond the A1M to the west, the A66 to the south and east, and then heading north. That HELAR analysis looked at 50 different criteria covering matters, as you're aware, sir, open space, ecology, landscape, and that was also informed, as colleagues have earlier said, by the sustainability appraisal and the 16 criteria that looked at, together with the potential for mitigation. So it's not surprising in the round that 86% of the allocations and commitments are linked to the main urban area, which is 87% of the population. In terms of the point made about ecology, whilst no doubt the council can respond on what they did, as we understand it, the council ecologist undertook a walkover survey of the site, of all sites, which then informed the HELAR and the sustainability appraisal.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right, And as I said, insofar as the biodiversity or ecology concerns about individual sites, we can deal with those as and when, and including the Skerningham one. So, Helen Hewitt.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, really just I appreciate that it might be more appropriate to discuss this tomorrow when we're discussing Blackwell Grange. But I just wanted to highlight the concerns that we'd raised with regard to the methodology in our written statement, whereby we highlight the fact that considerations through the SHLA and HELA and the sustainability appraisal are practically identical, yet no further detail is provided as to why some sites are allocated and some chosen not to be. That would be my first point, that we maybe would be more appropriate to discuss in detail tomorrow. But also, since our written statement, the council have clarified that there was an error in the allocation of a local wildlife site at Blackwell, which hasn't really been explained in terms of evidence as to why that is no longer sort of designated as in that way, or as a parkland, which obviously it is at the moment in the current adopted plan. That was really all my points. I think maybe tomorrow would be more appropriate to discuss the detail.
Well, certainly about Blackwell Grange, yes, and the various designations and changes to designations, etc., for the different bits of land there. Certainly, we'll get into the detail of that. I got the point, I think, there that you're making, that sometimes there may be similar sites, there may be sort of sites in similar locations that have similar SA scores. And I think your point is, well, it's not clear why then some were selected and not others.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got that procedural point. I think the council's response earlier was, well, it's a sort of planning judgment, and we've chosen the ones that we thought were most suitable. I suppose, insofar as if I decided overall it was a reasonable approach, my concern is not so much that there might be other sites that could have been allocated, but are the sites that are allocated justified and suitable, in which case I'm not going to get into a kind of beauty contest of saying, well, actually, I think that one over the road is just as good as that one, or actually slightly better, and therefore I'm going to tell the council to change the plan, because that's not really my role. But my role is to make sure that it was a fair and logical process, proportionate process that was gone through to come up with the allocation. So thank you for that point. And, it's something we might come back to in terms of some specifics in due course, but I've got the point about the SA scoring. Thank you. Right, Ken Madison.
I don't know if you can you hear me now?
I can, Mr. Madison. Yes. Good morning.
And can hopefully you can see me when I get my camera on. I do apologise. I've had all sorts of IT issues throughout the day, so. Hopefully I'm back. I've listened to most of the conversation. I just want to pick up on the housing allocation scenario, and I want to confirm that the council are, in terms of their core document, SH1, that Middleton St George, Herworth and Harrington are the only service villages in the borough.
Well, I'll get the council to confirm. That's my understanding of what the plan says, yes.
And so therefore, the remaining areas, the remaining villages, are actually classed as rural villages, because it will come on later when we come down to the specifics, but I just want to make sure that that's absolutely clear.
Okay, thank you.
That there is no ambiguities over that.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's clear in my mind. I think there's a category of rural village, isn't there? And then other. So there's three categories of settlements, aren't there? There's the main urban area, there's the three service villages, and then there's a number of defined rural villages, and then there's other smaller places that aren't even defined as rural villages. But well, that's my understanding of it. And if the council wishes to change that, I mean,
is there anything in between which would be potentially classed as urban sprawl or urban extension?
Well, we'll deal with that. I mean, I know what you've got in mind, which is it's the Coniscliffe extension, isn't it? So, in the extent to which they are, what are they? Are they extensions to Darlington, or are they incursions into the parish, the rural parish. It depends which way you look at it, I guess. So we'll have that debate when we talk about those sites if we could. But I think if the council wish to come back on that point, they can do. But I've got the issue. Right. I think we're going to have a break unless there's any further points that anyone wishes to make about the housing allocation methodology process. I think we'll have a break now. If the council do wish to pick up any of those points when we come back, it can do. I don't think there's anything major there that we need to spend any more time on. It's clarified certain things in my mind, and a lot of the concerns that people have raised is not so much the process, although there are some concerns about it, but it's the application of it to different sites. Right, so we'll have a break now. It's 11:05, so I think we'll have a 15-minute break. So we'll resume at 11:20. Could everyone turn their cameras and mics off, but don't leave the meeting because otherwise you'll have to get rejoined, which will be a bit complicated. So if you could just turn your microphones, turn your cameras off, and we'll resume at 11:20, please. Thank you. 11, so we will resume if we could, please. Just before I move on to Skerningham then, are there any comments that the council wish to make in response to what they heard in the contributions about the methodology for selecting housing allocations before we move on? There's nothing particular I wanted a response to, but is there anything you wish to say?
Hi, sir. It was just to clarify your interpretation, really. It was just to confirm that there wasn't an ecology report as such for the Skerningham site. It was a case of, as you interpreted, the council ecologist fed into the sustainability appraisal process. So that is essentially the document to be reading on ecology and biodiversity. Just in terms of Elm Tree Farm, just to clarify, it was assessed through the HELAR process. It was assessed in two parts, Site 21 and Site 126, just to clarify, and obviously it went through into the essay process after that. I think in terms of the scoring for sites, yeah, I think we appreciate what's been mentioned, that yeah, those two assessments were used, the HELAR and the essay, and then a planning judgment was made to form the draft plan, so that there's no, it's not documented, that judgment. And just in terms of, I think it was Mr. Madison's point about the hierarchy, just to confirm that yes, there's the three service villages of MSG, Herworth and Hindon, and then policy SH1 outlines there's a number of other rural villages. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 8 of those, and then settlements beyond those rural villages, like at the lower level, without any development limits there, they're classed as rural countryside. So those are the few points that I picked up on, just to clarify.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. So we'll move on. Sorry, Mr. Clark, briefly on the methodology, you wish to put another question or point? Your microphone's on mute, Mr. Clark.
Sorry, sir.
Okay.
Very quickly on the ecology report. There was an ecology report actually done on Skerningham, because we actually approached that company. I won't mention the company's name online, but yes, we approached them and said, really sorry, we cannot, because we've actually carried one out for the developer and Darlington Borough Council. So we moved on and sourced our own ecologist from a different company, sir. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Well, look, obviously, I'm testing the soundness of this plan based on the examination website and the documents that are in the library. That's the council's evidence. It's other people's representations and evidence they've presented, including in relation to this site, the Verd consultancy ecology report for Skerningham. So we're going to deal with that in due course. And
thank you.
So if the council wish to say any more about what work they have and haven't done for Skerningham, that's up to them. But as far as I'm concerned, and Mr. McCall's just confirmed it, there isn't a council evidence document for the ecology on Skerningham. There's just the simple essay sort of scoring and commentary that's before us in terms of what the council have got. So right. So I'm going to go through some questions. Well, I'm going to go through quite a lot of questions actually with the council. I've had a thought about how best to do this. There's quite a range of issues for this big site, not surprisingly. But what I'm going to do, and there's also quite a few bits of information and some proposed changes to the plan that the council has provided since the plan was submitted or published for consultation, then submitted for examination. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through to clarify what those updates are in terms of the modifications to the plan, changes to the policy map, and further information that's become available. Then I'm going to go through some questions to the council covering a range of issues. So that'll give people an opportunity to hear the range of things that I want to cover and the council's response to each of those. So this is going to take a little time. Well, it's going to take some time. So just others, if you could just bear with me, listen to what the council's saying. You'll get a feel for the sort of issues I'm picking up on, which hopefully will reflect some of the concerns and issues that you've raised. And then what I'll do, once the council's been through all of those things and responded to my questions, I'll go back through the issues. I'll probably break them down into sections and ask for contributions on those different sections. But I thought it'd be helpful to get everyone to hear the overview of the council's response to all of my questions on a range of issues first, before I sort of go back around to other people. So that's how I'm going to do it. who am I talking to at the council in the first instance? Who's the sort of the lead? Mr. Rush. Okay,
that's me, sir.
I appreciate you may have other colleagues that want to come in on particular topics.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, if as I said, I'm going to go through the various sort of changes and further information, and if you could just confirm when I've been through this to start with, if I've missed anything. So, the first point is that the council's response to some preliminary questions advised that the development of 1,800 homes on the Skerningham site during the plan period is not related to the provision of a northern link road. Some modifications are proposed to policy IN1 Part C and policy H10 to delete reference to the northern link road. So that was one of the first things that was established. The council proposed a number of modifications to policy H10. Again, this was in response to my preliminary questions, I think, with the aim of ensuring it is sound with regard to the rural gaps between Darlington and Great Burden and Barmpton, heritage assets, flood risk, and the healthy Newtown approach to design. So they're in the council's schedule DBC2. So there are changes to the policy H10 there. Your response to SQ16 includes a map. So this was more recent, showing what the rural gap would be between the main urban area as extended and Barmpton Village, because that's referred to in policy ENV3 Part A. So we've got a map defining that. The council and the Skerningham Estates both responded to my supplementary question 4, and in those responses they provided maps showing the location of the existing golf course and the existing community woodland, and indicating the likely location of the relocated golf club and the golf course and the access to that from the main proposed distributor road. So we've got that as the sort of information available as to what that could entail. Responses to PQ40 and SQ5 advised that the housing trajectory for the Skerningham site is set out in Appendix A of the plan, is based on projections from the site promoter with an annual update as part of the Garden Communities application. And the council, based on the latest information, you've proposed a main modification to policy H10 and the trajectory to reduce the number of dwellings expected to be built on the site by 2036 from 1,800 to 1,650. So that's the latest expectation. Then we've got the sustainability appraisal, which we talked about in week 1. And there's a site-specific sustainability appraisal that the council has produced, which was published on the 7th of May, and then there's been various questions and responses to those about that. In addition, we've got Skerningham Estates have commissioned their own viability assessment of this site, carried out by Lambert Smith Hampton, and I know we've got Mr. Litolis here today, so that we can talk about that viability assessment as well as the council's work on this. So we've had responses, as I said, to my supplementary questions and further supplementary questions about the council's viability work. But just to be clear, that one of the things that the council's response to the SQ1 clarified was that the viability assessment that they did assumes a total of just under £50 million, 48.7 million, for infrastructure on the site. And that included various things: drainage, open space, access road, a bridge over the East Coast Main Line, the golf course, lead irrigation, neighbourhood centre, schools. But the VA also includes a further just over 12 million for abnormal costs and 18.5 million for contingencies on top of, so that's another 30 million or so on top of the 50 million for the infrastructure. The council response to a SQ2 advises that the whole of the site is in a medium value part of the borough, as defined in the viability assessment. But the scale of the site and the nature of the development proposed means that the council consider it reasonable to assume that some of the new homes will be of high value. So that's fed into the viability assessment.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. The council's response to FSQ2 advised that the residual land value for the Skerningham site in total is just under 80 million. I'm dealing in round figures, and that represents 541 or nearly 542,000 per net developable hectare. But that is the net developable hectare. That's the figure that we might talk about again. Yeah. So we've had the initial discussion about viability evidence generally, and we've had an update to that this morning. And we've had the council's response to AP3, which I've been through, which I don't need to go through again, but we've clarified certain things in relation to that. Right, so that's the kind of the way things have moved on since the plan was submitted. Yes. Quite a bit there, but I think hopefully I've kept up with it. Is there anything major there that that I've overlooked there, Mr. Usher?
No, I think that was a very thorough run through all of the additional
right. What I didn't do any summary of what H10 says, but everyone's got that. We've got the policies map, which defines the sites. We've got the obviously we've got policy H10 with some modifications proposed to it, and we've also got an indicative master plan, which is figure 6.1 in the plan. So they're the sort of key things that we've got, irrespective of what others, other information people may say. That's what we've got in terms of what the plan is proposing. And just to remind what the plan is proposing, actually, it is for a development of up to 4,500 homes, along with a neighbourhood centre, 2 primary schools, a secondary school, other community facilities, roads, other transport infrastructure, and a network of green and blue infrastructure on 487 hectares of land, which is the pinkish area defined on the policies map.
That's correct, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Right, now, Mr. Greenhow has got your hand up. Is this some procedural point that we need to deal with now, or is it, what is it?
It's more to do, sir, with when it's to do with the actual linking of the link road, where you've mentioned there where Darlington Council say they are not linking that with it. However, when you look at the Appendix 6 to the SHARMA, the Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment, it quite clearly states there by highways that there has to be a link road, sir.
Okay.
So I want to bring that point to the forefront.
Yeah, hold on. We're going to go through, just bear with me. I've got a whole load of issues to go through. One of which is I'm just setting out at the beginning the sort of factual information as far as I see it. I'm now going to go through a whole lot of questions with the council, if I could, that relate to various things, one of which is about access and accessibility. Then I'm going to open it up to discuss various different issues, including access and accessibility. So if you could just bear with me, I'll go through my questions with the council first. They may answer some of the other things that you've got concerned, they may not, but we'll come back to those. So if you could put your hand down now, and I'll move on to going through my questions with the council. So basically, I'm going to go through quite a few questions, as I said. It'll take some time, and I'll just give you a list of basically what they cover. So it's about the actual what the proposal is in the plan, about access, including the Northern Link Road, and accessibility, about the rural gap, various environmental impacts, in particular the golf course relocation and the community woodland, questions about infrastructure, and about viability. So they're the sort of categories of topics that I want to talk about with this site, and hopefully that'll cover the ground. That there may be a few other things that don't fall into those categories that others wish to raise, but they're the sort of things I'm going to go through. So if we could start with the proposal. As I've said, policy H10 proposes on a 487 hectare site, the 4,500 dwellings, along with the supporting infrastructure, etc. So the council's response to PQ 39 states that the additional housing beyond 2036, as well as 15 to 30 hectares of employment land, which is referred to in paragraph 6.10.8, is a matter that will be considered in a future plan review. The plan is unambiguous, isn't it? It proposes 4,500 dwellings on this site.
That's correct, sir. Yes, the plan in policy H10 sets out to secure the delivery of up to 4,500 dwellings on the site. Yes.
And if that were brought forward before 2036, there's nothing in the plan to stop it?
No, there's no constraint or phasing in the plan. It just sets out that it expects approximately 1,650 dwellings to be delivered in the planned period, but there's no cap on that, as it were.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So what I'm testing the soundness of is a proposal for 4,500 dwellings on this urban extension, as the council call it, or a garden village, which I'll come on to. no ambiguity about that. It's not that some of it's for a future review to come back to. I'm not considering 1800 or 1650. It is 4,500 that we're dealing with here.
That's what the total allocation for the site is, yes, in policy H10.
Okay. Right, okay. So figure 6.1 is called the master plan framework, and policy H10 refers to it as an illustrative master plan framework, but also states that it shows the key principles. So does that provide clarity? For example, in terms of which parts of the site will be developed and which won't, and where the roads will be, and where the relocated golf course would be. How much weight are we meant to be giving to this figure 6.1?
Well, the purpose of figure 6.1 is to give a indication of where the development is likely and intended to take place, and the likely location of the roads. Clearly, as more detailed work is done as the site is brought forward, the exact locations of these will need to be determined as the plan sets out through a further more detailed master plan document that's developed prior to the submission of the planning applications. But the purpose of figure 6.1 is to give an overarching master plan framework to demonstrate that the scale of development proposed, along with the various infrastructure requirements that are set out in the plan, can all be accommodated and the site brought forward as per its proposed allocation.
So in broad terms, the areas shaded yellow are the areas that one would reasonably expect would be built, and that they're broadly large enough for the 4,500 homes, yeah?
That's correct, sir, yes.
And there's enough work done to be confident of that it wouldn't need to be more of the green, dark green area wouldn't need to be built to accommodate 4,500 homes.
That's correct, yes. Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, in response to my SQ4, there was another indicative layout plan provided. I don't know if it was I think it's from the council and from Skerningham, but that seems to show some significant differences to figure 6.1 in the plan. Not so much in the areas that would be developed, but there are differences, and not least the position of the road. So I suppose, first, is it correct in H10 to say that the key principles are shown on the illustrative master plan? Is that the right phrase? Is that the right way of presenting the master plan?
I guess it's showing it could be a turn of phrase that we could look at that sort of reviewing, but the purpose of figure 6.1 is to demonstrate the key locations of the development in the locations that it can take place.
Okay, well, okay, okay, we can think about that. Right, the phasing plan provided by Skerningham Estates in response to I think it was in response to my SQ4, has got delivery during the plan period and delivery post-plan period shaded different colours. Have you got that plan?
Just getting it now, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it was in response to their SQ4.
Okay.
So what that shows is blocks, 7 blocks of development to the west of the railway line.
Yeah.
And then some various blocks east and west of Barmpton Lane as being what will be developed during the plan period.
Yes.
And then the area between that, or so the sort of central part of the site, or the area going west towards the railway line, that would be beyond 2036. What that plan doesn't show is the area at the southern end of the site. Doesn't show whether, I don't know why, is that to be developed during the plan period or after?
After the plan period.
Is that to do with land ownership that that's not shown, or is that because that's potentially a future employment land, or don't you know?
No, that's not to do with land ownership. It's potential for employment land.
Yeah. But that could change. And indeed, the indicative master plan, well, what does it show the yellow areas as? Just says development area, doesn't it? So it doesn't say whether it be housing or employment, but the plan doesn't actually propose employment development. So, okay. No. But broadly, in terms of the way the sequencing of development that Skerningham Estates have put in on that plan, I can take that as being broadly in line with what the council expects. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of those, do you know which parts are expected to be built first? So there's, you know, of those blocks that are within the plan period, is it some of the ones on the western part of the site likely to be first, or Barmpton Lane?
I think it's probably more likely to be the western part of the site. Yes, yeah. As set out in the statement of common ground, parts of the western part of the site are in a separate ownership, which will enable that part of the site to be brought forward, you know, at the start of the site being brought forward.
Presumably, though, it's a bit complicated in the sense that those developers are going to have to contribute towards all the costs of the infrastructure and everything else, are they not?
Yes, the developers would all have to contribute to the overall scheme in ensuring all the infrastructure requirements are met across the whole development, and I believe that is confirmed within the statement of common ground that was submitted by Skerningham Estates.
So there'd be, for any of this development, we'll come on to the timing and things, but I mean, just to be clear though, every part of this allocation would be expected to enter into planning obligations to ensure that it makes contributions of some type towards the infrastructure and the development of the whole site. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes. Yeah.
But not the Elm Tree Farm bit, because that's a separate allocation. Is that right?
That's, as far as I understand, that's correct.
Okay, maybe we'll come back to that at Elm Tree Farm. Yeah. It doesn't really matter. But the point is that the fact that it is one allocation and that you have got this master plan approach, there needs to be a comprehensive and planned approach to it all, and contributions by all parts to ensure that it's done and brought to fruition in the way that is proposed. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Right. Okay. So in terms of what's the affordable housing requirement for this site? It's a medium value area, but you say that a significant proportion of it will be high value dwellings. So, and policy H10 is silent on it. I think it might be a bit of an oversight, but
yes. The policy requirement is 20% for affordable housing as the site sits within the medium value area. The approach within the viability assessment, which Mr. Simpson may be able to add to when we get to that, is that the higher values relate to the sort of the residential values that are incorporated into it rather than the land values. But Mr. Simpson may be able to help clarify that for you.
Could I clarify, please, sir? Yeah, there's an assumption that it's a unique typology as such, because it's not an urban extension. It's actually a garden village. Therefore, the approach has been taken that the land values would be based on the medium value area, but the actual end values of the housing would be a mix.
In terms of, but anyway, the viability assessment for this site assumes 20% dwellings as well.
Yes, sir. 20% affordable.
20%. And if you increase that, it would have a knock-on implication for viability, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Viability would reduce.
Oh, yes, sir. The increase of affordable would decrease viability.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, I suppose in some sense the plan's unambiguous. It's shown presumably in the plan in the appendix, insofar as a non. It's a diagrammatic plan, isn't it? In Appendix E. Yes. I couldn't tell which area. I wouldn't know where the boundary is. I mean, you have to know the wards, I suppose, don't you? It's ward based. But those in the know would know which site. I mean, it is possible to work out. It's unambiguous as to which value area the site falls within. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. Based upon that ward table in Appendix E, you can see that the wards which the site sits in are in the 20% affordable housing requirement area, yes.
If you know which ward the site sits in, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Which I didn't, obviously. Anyway, right, anyway, leaving that aside. So 20% affordable housing, but not 30%. And that would be pushing viability if they're in requirement. Well, it would be an implication for viability, right? So you don't think it needs clarifying in H10?
No, but I mean, we would be happy to set out specifically should you feel that it requires that. But yeah. But
that's it. It is 20%. Right. Garden Village has been mentioned. Let's just deal with this. Right. I mean, again, don't assume I know anything other than what's in the library here and in the plan. So I'm told that it was announced by the government as a garden village in 2019. Right. What does that mean? Does it carry any weight in planning status? Does it affect my, does it give it anything over and above normal allocation? Mr. Verres.
Yes, sir. The garden community here, is an allocation of status here given by the MHCLG here for villages who applied in 2018 for garden village status, which looked at larger development sites and have been granted here, through a board here, from MHCLG and Homes England. The status here arrived here in July 2019, and Darlington has actually 2 garden villages allocated. The other one is Faverdale, and in terms of allocation for the local plan, I wouldn't say it changes anything at this stage. However, the intention is to accelerate housing delivery over the time of the garden village status. So what is taken forward here in this plan is basically the pure assumption here of a strategic site getting taken forward on the level of a normal delivery site. So accelerated speed and delivery is not taken into account. However, when it comes here to infrastructure delivery and other amenities, a garden village here has to come up here with higher standards, higher amenity functions, and also here it might be able here to get here government funding for infrastructure projects here more easier, because it sits within the suite of governments here which basically wants to bring forward here accelerated speed. And of course it's on the viability side, it can help viability tending to be go more positive in the later years.
Okay, 2 things, Ren. National planning policy set out at the NPPF. Yeah, there's no different national planning policy relating to this site.
No.
Garden villages, garden communities, whatever you call them. No,
no.
Nothing on that, right? So, but is there any money awarded? Any government money allocated to a garden village?
The government money at the moment is called garden community funding, and it includes basically here money here on a minimal level to facilitate with the developer and government departments faster delivery, or also here community engagement as well.
Okay. So there's a garden community fund that the government's got.
That's right, which is allocated annually currently annually here to garden communities. Yeah, and you have to apply for it as well to basically receive it.
That's right. So there's dozens of garden communities in England, yeah?
In England, there are about 49 garden villages and towns, or garden communities and garden towns as well. Yeah.
And there's one pot of money?
one pot here. The last pot was around for the 21-22, which was announced last Friday, about 9 million for all the garden communities and towns in England. Yeah.
9 million for 49.
9 million. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was announced.
So that's not going to provide much infrastructure for any particular site.
Absolutely not. It's not. It's there for facilitation. It's there for provision of support. Well.
So right, but you said that it could facilitate funding for infrastructure, etc. Where would that money come from then?
That would be coming for here, targeted bids here by the developer and towards your government departments in specialized areas. It might be here, a take-up of a housing infrastructure fund here, which might come again around here by MHCLG. It might come here to support here, infrastructure like roads here through the combined authorities. It might come forward here through a direct application to the DFT as well, but that's based on the status here of the village here, supported by government. It doesn't give you necessarily advantages. You still have to put a BCR forward here in terms of value for money, but it can help. Certainly it's supported here by the department behind it, MHCLG, and the garden communities team, by basically here to that's Homes England's here mantra to deliver housing.
And no, understood. So in terms of bidding for government funds, the fact that it's a government recognition as a garden community, it's going to have some weight in terms of
it has
access into it. Understood. Yeah, thank you. But at the moment, there's nothing guaranteed at all. But there's some kind of additional sort of help there. Right. Thank you for that. Right now, I'm going to talk about access and accessibility, if I could. First of all, going back to the Northern Link Road, the council clarified it's not a proposal in the plan. It can be removed references to it other than as it being a sort of a potential long-term project. You've told me that it's that up to 1,800 dwellings can be built in the plan period without the Northern Link Road. What about the 4,500? Is that dependent on the Northern Link Road? And if so, given that that's all being allocated, where does that leave me?
No, the whole 4,500 isn't dependent upon the delivery of the Northern Link Road.
Right, okay, that's clear. I mean, does the council's transport, I can't remember who's here, Andrew Casey, isn't it? Do you want to just confirm that's the case, just so we don't miss that point?
Yeah, good morning, sir. We've deliberately kept the Darlington Northern Link Road out of the local plan. It's getting developed separately on its own trajectory. It'll get probably dealt with as a scheme of national importance, probably, and go through that route. In terms of modelling that we've done, it assumes up to 2036 that it's not in there. We haven't modelled beyond 2036.
So you've got a different answer to me, haven't you, then, Mr. Usher? I think it's probably the same answer, because we're both saying that the Darlington Northern Link Road isn't necessarily tied into the Skerningham development. I think what I'm clarifying, sir, is that beyond the 1800, we haven't carried out that modelling yet. So what we have said is that there will be something more of a strategic nature. That could be something that ties local roads, new improved local roads, into the Skerningham Link Road, because that does actually act as a local bypass of the congested bit of our network on the A167 and the A1150. It may well require, we think definitely will require, a significant upgrade to the A66 Little Burden roundabout, which is where the A1150 meets it. But in reality, that hasn't been modelled. So, but on that basis, you can't say that the 4,500 homes could be built with the existing road network, or even with the new distributor road. You haven't modelled it.
We haven't modelled it, sir.
So all you can say is that 1,800 homes can be built as a highway authority.
Yeah. Just to clarify, so 1,800 could be built without, in our view, having a severe impact on the highway network. There will be some other, obviously, if there's more development trips will create more pressure on the network, and there will be a need for other mitigation measures to meet that.
So the plan 1,800, obviously 4,500 is significantly more. I mean, well, it's significantly more in my mind, but it may not be significantly more in your mind in terms of the transport network, the road network and trips on it, but you don't know. So, and there isn't, well, maybe I misunderstood. The mitigation for the roads, the highways in the plan is sufficient to deal with the 1,800,
yes,
but not more than that.
Yes.
But it could be effective for more than that, but you just don't know.
That's it. That's it exactly. So we've just really modelled what the trajectory is. I mean, the one thing that I would say, just in terms of that, which you probably picked up from the strategic modelling report, with what we have modelled is 20% higher than the housing trajectory requires, and that's really because we've dealt with housing allocations as opposed to because that the allocations within the 5-year slots, because that's really what is being proposed. So within the modelling, there is a slight over. It's robust in terms of the 2035 figures for the housing and jobs requirements that have been identified within the plan, but obviously it doesn't cover kind of the full development of Skerningham.
Okay. And obviously, well, no, I don't say obviously, the submitted plan included indicative line for the Northern Link Road,
yeah,
and it indicated an access from this site, between this site and that.
Yeah.
That if more mitigation is needed, if there were 4,500 homes, that could be it. That could be part of it, yeah. That
would certainly have an important role to play, sir. But we obviously couldn't include that because it's not, the funding's not in place, so it would have affected the soundness of the plan. So that's why we've really focused on basically being able to deliver things that are deliverable, and we can fund through development. So certainly the main reason that we're building the Northern Link Road is to take strategic traffic off the A1150 and A167. It will provide a strategic link to junction 59 on the A1M. It'll particularly enable HGVs to come off the A1150, A167, because there's a high content there. But as you quite rightly indicate, there is a spur road proposed off that into Skerningham, and obviously access under, though I caveat again that we haven't modelled it, but obviously access onto a 60-mile-an-hour road which takes you directly towards Teesside or directly onto the A1 South Durham, then that will certainly have some benefits for the existing highway network.
Okay, right. Well, thank you for that clarification. It does leave me rather scratching my head a little bit, because the plan proposes 4,500 homes, and you're saying you don't know if the highway network can accommodate that. Right. I think is that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Going back to the, I don't know. This is probably back to Mr. Usher again. I think going back to the master plan, and it does show the Northern Link Road, and I think the council's position is that it still wishes to show that. Is that right?
You're on mute, Matt.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Yes, we feel that for illustrative purposes, to show it still on the Skerningham master plan framework. However, clearly the site isn't reliant upon that during the plan period. So, should you wish for it to be removed from that plan, then we would be willing to do that.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's just whether it comes back to the status of that master plan, doesn't it, and what it hopefully shows and what weight H10 policy gives it. how it should be interpreted. I think there's a bigger issue here, though, isn't there? Is about whether the 4,500 homes referred to in policy H10 is actually justified in terms of highways and accessibility impacts. But I'll have to have a think about that one. Right, so just going back to the distributor road that would be through the site. I think Mr. Casey's referred to this. This could actually form part of a bypass as well as being a distributor road for the houses. It shows it from the A1150 close to the Little Burden roundabout. That's at the southern end of the site, yeah. And it goes across right through the site up to the A167. Is that right? Hang on, I'm just bear with me 1 minute. I'm just right. My battery was running low, so I just had to plug in my laptop. Right, so that's broadly the route of it, but that's not a precise route. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
So it could be close. I mean, I think you described it close to the roundabout, didn't you? And so it could be further east. Is that right? Joining the A1150.
That's correct, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. But the principle is you would have a road going right through, connecting the A1150 through to the A167. That's a key principle of the development of this site.
It is. Its function really is to not put further pressure on the existing A1150 167.
So in terms of when that would be built and how it would be built, what's the kind of sequencing? We've heard the description of the housing development starting at the western end in some number of packages of development. The southern end was described as beyond the plan period, and that there would be development in this more central part of Barmpton Lane. So, what's the expectation of the sort of phasing of the link road, of the distributor road? Sorry.
Yeah, initially there will be development of existing networks. That's up to 2025 when there's a secondary access goes in from. It's Sedgefield Back Road. It's a C-class road. Sorry, sir, I haven't got the number of that road, but that's to the east. So that connection will be made to the east in 2025. And then the modelling showed that the connection across the East Coast Main Line on the A167 was required by 2030, based on the housing trajectory.
Right, but I'm struggling with the numbers here. So up to 2025, there's only a very limited number of houses in. Mr. Rusher can help me here. How many houses are expected to be built up to 2025 in the trajectory?
Sorry, sir, I'm just getting the trajectory in front of me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can't be more than 300 or 400, I think, isn't it?
Up to when, sorry, sir, just to clarify?
2025, Mr. Casey said it was assumed that the existing roads could accommodate the development, I think, based on the trajectory.
We've got 90 in the trajectory by 2025.
90.
90, yes.
Right, so going back to Mr. Casey, you said something about a link road to the east. This would serve the development that's shown on the phasing plan to the east or the west of Barmpton Lane?
It's to the east of Barmpton Lane.
So there'd be some pockets of development on the eastern side of Barmpton Lane, and they'd be served by an access from where? From the
A1150 via Sedgefield Back Road. So it's that roundabout, sir, that you talked about.
Sedgefield Back Road.
Yeah, it crosses. It crosses an existing road. It's so where. Sorry.
Crosses Bishopton Lane.
That'll be it, sir. Yeah.
Then it has to cross the river, does it? It crosses the river.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
but it doesn't go as far as Barmpton Lane.
It would connect into it would connect into the housing development of Barmpton Lane, yeah.
On the eastern side of Barmpton Lane.
So that eastern development quantum would have Barmpton Lane, obviously from day one, or that's the proposal, and then it'll have a secondary access into that area from the A1150 across the river, across the Skern, and into that area, that initial development area for Skerningham.
And would that be part of the distributor road then?
It would be, yes. It would be. Sorry, sir. Yes, it would be. It would be.
Yeah, right. Okay. So that's not using an existing road at all. That's a whole new road.
It is, yeah.
Right. Why did you call Sedgefield Back Road then?
It's that's Bishop Lane that we talked about. That it crosses. It's a colloquial name for it. Obviously, Bishop. I've learned something today, sir. That it's called Bishop Lane.
That's maybe I probably got that from Google Maps. I've just scribbled it on a plan of my head. That may be completely wrong. I've probably confused everybody. Right. Okay, I've got it now. So, okay. So once the first 90 dwellings have been built somewhere on the site, you're saying that this road from the first part of the distributor road would be built from the southern end, and it would go across Bishopton Lane or whatever it's called, Sedgefield Back Road, across the River Skern, and then it would serve those houses. Some of which would also have access onto Barmpton Lane, though, as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just bring in our modelling team here, Sistra, because some of the modelling assumptions. So the trajectory that we work to, the nature of modelling, you've got to set a baseline year back, and then all your modelling's based off that.
Sure.
So the original baseline that we've worked off may well be different from the current trajectory.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of modelling. You've got to set it at some point in the past. So could I perhaps ask Paul Gray or sorry, Steve Pickard to pick up on that? So Steve, I think the question that the inspector's asked is really relating to the quantum of development in 2025 that we've modelled for. So the modelled outputs are based on.
Yeah, it's not so much the date really; it's how many houses you get to that you need to provide the new link road from the southern end, from the eastern end. Yeah. Let's get clarity on that. Thank you.
So the trajectories that we based our modelling on are what you've talked about there, Andy. So we've got the 90 houses at the 2025 stage, and then by 2030 you're up to 900.
Right.
920, and then 2036 end of the plan periods, you're up to your 18. Well, we've actually got 1650 in, which I think is where the number comes from.
Okay. So, but you're confirming then that between 2025 and 2030, when there could be 900 homes built, the road from the southern end, the southern part of the distributor road, would be built as far as in effect Barmpton Lane, because it would be serving that bit of development there. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Got that. What about the northern end then? When does that get started and built?
The western end, sir. Sorry, the 167. That's in terms of the modelling. That's 2030.
So there'd be pockets of development off the A167 that are shown. That would be they'd be using existing roads and existing accesses onto the A167. Yeah.
That's right. We've got in 2025, there's two infrastructure projects that are proposed. One at Bertree Lane, 167 traffic signal control junction, and also one proposed at a roundabout proposal at Thompson Street East, A1150, which is obviously included in the infrastructure plan. And really, they're really to get the maximum capacity that we can out of the existing highway network.
So during the plan period, well, no, sorry, for the full 1,800 dwellings that are expected in the plan period, that would be basically using improved existing roads for the western end, and the southern part that you've just described from the A1150 to Barmpton Lane, and then the bridge over the East Coast Main Line would be when then?
That'd be 2030, the East Coast Main Line bridge. So the A167, the Eastern Connection, initially goes over an area that banks own. That'll be over the East Coast Main Line, and that it's not just that second entrance. It has to connect up and act as a through road. That's what the modelling shows there. It's so the connection, the proposed new roundabout at the eastern end, roundabout on the A1150.
Yeah.
It'll go across the railway line through that area to the north of Barmton Lane. Continue, as it's shown, continue across the golf course area, connecting over the to an overbridge over the A16 over the East Coast Main Line, and then a new roundabout at the A167.
Got it. So that would all be built by 2036.
That would be built by 2030.
But the whole length of it.
In terms of what we've modelled, that's what's proposed. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. So all of the development then, either side of Barmton Lane, that's expected during the plan period, would have the choice of using Barmton Lane and going through the existing roads that way, or using the new distributor road.
That's correct, sir. The one thing that I would say, just as a further point of clarification, which probably representatives from Skerningham may well comment on, is that these are scenarios that we've put in place. It's not to say that you can't get more development off a particular area. It's just in terms of the way that we have to build up the modelling is we've got to jump in at some point and say, well, we'll test when that bit of kit's required. So I know there's some debate about how many dwellings you can get off Barmton Lane. Just to be clear, we're not saying that the maximum's 90. What we're saying is that the modelled assumption is that secondary access will be in on the eastern side by the time 90 dwellings are built.
Okay, and that, I mean, insofar as if development were brought forward earlier, I mean, the plan, this policy is premised on a sort of master planning phased coordinated approach.
Yeah.
So that's what I have to assume will take place. But I mean, at any point in time, if a proposal was to use Barmton Lane for more development because of whatever, that's something that would have to be assessed at the time. But certainly the proposal is not to have that as a long-term option. It's by 2030, when 900 are completed, the full road would be in, the full distributor road would be in, just to be clear about that. Yeah,
that's correct. And the effect that has is that it does, understandably, it does reduce reliance on Barmton Lane, but Barmton Lane will still be a secondary access.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, I suppose the council could introduce some sort of traffic management if it wanted to or needed to, but that's up to the highway authority at the time to see how, presumably. Yeah.
That's correct. And we've got, obviously, through the planning process, we've got various controls through that as an application comes in.
Okay. Right. Thank you. I think that's clear enough. But again, there's nothing in the plan. I mean, you said that's your modelling assumptions, and there's no absolute requirement. But the plan, obviously, it's open-ended about when these bits of infrastructure are provided, and I suppose there's a question about how effective that is and how much clarity that provides. But I understand. Thank you very much for clarifying what the expectation is and what the modelling assumes for that. So. Okay, thank you. Right, I'm just, in terms of accessibility, there's another issue I wanted to deal with, which was about the Green Party's point about the size, density, layout of the development and the sheer scale of the area that it covers, that it's inevitably going to lead to people using their cars to visit their destinations, whether they're schools, colleges, shops, places of work, etc. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, we went through I suppose we have to go back to the quantum development that's required through the plan. We went through the SA approach to see where the most, the most sustainable locations were. I mean, basically, if we weren't building, 2,000 or 1,650 houses here in the plan period, they would be going to other places. And what the SA process went through is that they would be less sustainable. In terms of the sustainability of this site, it's connected to the south to our cycling network. There's requirements in policy IN2 to require half-hourly bus services through the site, and obviously we've got which I'm sure will get discussed at another session in terms of the validity of those policies, but also that 80% of the site needs to be within 400 metres of a bus stop. So that at the moment, because it's greenfields, there are no buses, of course, and there's some right of way through there, but there aren't any lit cycle routes because that's the nature of the fabric of that bit of Darlington at the moment. Obviously, when it changes, we'll be looking to get, and I think the policy in Skerningham, the Skerningham policy does cover it, that there will be a network of cycleway and footway. We will ensure they connect to the town's infrastructure in terms of cycling network, and obviously we'll also ensure that in accordance with policy IN2, that there will be a regular bus service into the site, and again we'll serve all of the site that's developed.
Okay, so it's about creating opportunities, but the layout. I mean, what dense? Mr. Rush is probably can answer this, but I mean, in terms of those sort of parcels of housing development and the kind of way that the phasing plan shows them laid out. I mean, this is suburban development, is it not? It's what sort of average density are we talking on the net developable area?
Well, policy H10 seeks to focus sort of higher density of development around the neighbourhood centres and the sort of location of centres, so it seeks to ensure that development is more dense around the services to encourage more sustainable forms of transport to access facilities. It doesn't sort of specify a density, and that's something that would be worked up through a more detailed design code that'll be undertaken for the site. And I couldn't say what the figure is that we worked the density out on off the top of my head, unfortunately, but the policy does seek to, as I say, encourage that density in the more sustainable locations of the site around the centres.
Yeah, okay, so there's nothing radical about this. This is a bit large areas suburban housing, albeit all the policies about getting bus services in and cycleways and connections, all those sort of things. There's nothing radically different about this that's going to make it different. I mean, I take your point about higher density around the proposed neighbourhood centres and things, but there's nothing unusual about this in terms of a large, I mean, nearly 500 hectares of land and sort of, the distances that involves. So, okay. Right, I think that's all I need to ask you about for access and accessibility now, to maybe some further points and questions raised by others. So I'm going to move on in terms of the rural gap. Obviously, I mean, at the moment, there's a big rural gap between Barmpton and Darlington, and part of it is going to be built on. So, I mean, the fact of the matter is that there's going to be a difference in the relationship between those places. But one of the things I suppose the plan's proposing is to retain a rural gap with Barmpton, and that would be in the area that's shown on the master plan of dark green, which is indicative strategic green infrastructure, but the particular policy ENV3 that protects rural gaps, you've now provided a plan that shows that would have a sort of its own special designation. So just describe in broad terms how that relates to what's shown as green infrastructure on the master plan. Is it broadly the same sort of boundary?
Well, the rural gap is a different boundary to the green infrastructure that is shown within on the master plan framework within the red line of the Skerningham allocation. The rural gap that we've identified for Barmpton and Great Burden are considered robust. The approach that we've taken here is looking at maintaining those characteristics which are key to the rural gap. So the openness, the setting, the character, and the distinctive settlement. So the requirements that are set out in policy N3. So looking at the specific landscape characteristics of the areas around Barmpton, for example, based upon the evidence within the landscape character assessment sensitivity work that was undertaken, forms part of the evidence base. This identified that the key gap area to the setting of Barmpton is the way that it sits within the valley, and the gap within that area. There's a ridge line beyond the area that's identified as we proposed as rural gap. So any development beyond that wasn't seen to be particularly sensitive to those key characteristics of Barmpton, and ensuring that the gap between the urban area and Barmpton is maintained. Clearly there'll be a more substantial gap with the extensive area of green infrastructure that is identified on the master plan framework, but from assessing the rural gap, that's where that came from in effect.
So that southern boundary that you're saying that's shown on that plan that you provided in document DVC 9, that's the green hatched rural gap. It's it's a rural gap either side of the river. The southern boundary, it's a relative, well, I don't know how wide it is to the south of the river. It's, I don't know, 50 metres or something like that. I don't know, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Oh, what's the boundary line follow? Is it a field boundary, or you said it's the ridge, a contour line?
It's primarily a field boundary that they follow, but that reflects the particular contours that exist in that area.
Right. Okay. So you'd see that. Would you see that line now? Is there a physical? Yes. Yeah. But the master plan would require, or it wouldn't require, it would indicate beyond that to the south there'd be further green infrastructure which could take the form of trees or grass or whatever else. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, yeah.
Okay. So, but you've made a decision not to draw the rural gap as far as the indicative line of the green infrastructure because you didn't think there was a landscape justification. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
But the policy objective would be to keep further land open.
It would, yes. The policy objective of H10 is to keep that northern area as open green infrastructure.
Okay, right. Got that. I think I'm going to crack on with some further questions about landscape and biodiversity recreation value, if I could. I think I'm going to ask some initial questions, and I know others are going to be raising questions about this, so I'll just cover some of these, but others no doubt will raise others. So just to, I've read everyone's representations and statements. I've watched the video provided by Mr. Clark, as I've said. I've visited various parts of the site. I'm aware that the right-of-way improvement plan describes the area as the borough's jewel in the crown. It includes tranquil, accessible woodland and countryside crossed by several public rights of way. I'm going to come on to the golf course relocation and the effect on the existing woodland in a minute, but can we just deal with the issue of landscape, recreation, biodiversity first? So in terms of landscape, it's obviously open agriculture and woodland between Darlington and mainly the River Skern to the north and east, but obviously it crosses Skern as well, and up to Barmpton. We've just talked about the Barmpton and the rural gap there. So the contribution that the landscape makes at the moment, just in terms of the landscape setting of Darlington, do you want to just comment on that?
Well, the landscape character assessment and specific site assessment that was undertaken identified the more sensitive areas of the site were the areas to the northern part of the site. These are the areas which, through the master plan framework, are identified to be retained as green infrastructure to reflect the more sensitive characteristics that were identified in that location. The way that the landscape, as it's set out in the assessment, the way the landscape opens up in that area, it becomes more visible, more sensitive. So that's the approach that we've taken through the master plan framework to ensure that development is taking place in the least sensitive parts of the site.
Okay, and clearly development on those least sensitive parts of the site, which are primarily, well, it's the golf course and mainly agricultural land. I mean, obviously, clearly it changes the character of that land. But your view is it would form a new settlement edge to Darlington town, in the way that, you know, Darlington and all other towns have expanded outwards over many decades now. And there's nothing particularly about those bits of land that need, well, that have to be, they're not sacrosanct. If you've got to put houses somewhere, that's, you know, one of the places that you can do it with less impact on the wider countryside.
That's correct, yes. I mean, obviously it does identify sort of green corridors through that area, which both in landscape and accessibility terms, you know, are important. So as part of, you know, in the southern parts of the site as well, there are those sort of open areas that are retained, but that's probably more predominantly accessibility rather than landscape, but it does factor that in as well. Yeah.
Okay, so that brings me on to the recreational value. Obviously, as has been mentioned, and I'm aware, there's various rights of way across the sites, and there's a community woodland, which again I'm going to come on to in a minute. But in terms of the sort of the main existing rights of way that are used, the green sort of links that are shown on the master plan, again, the idea is that they'd be retained within green infrastructure corridors, of what sort of width roughly?
Yes, they would be retained. The corridors would be in line with the requirements that are set out within we have the requirements, don't we, the buffers for the strategic and local green corridors. I'm just trying to remember what the specific,
I think they're 30
set
meters,
out in the policy, yes, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, in
So
terms of that, I mean, they're not actually described as strategic green corridors, I don't think. Oh no, actually some of them are, aren't they now? They're on the policies map, but not all of them, are they? Anyway, what I'm trying to understand is the sort of the quality of how that will change, because obviously you'll be walking through an area that at the moment, if you're going from the, you know, broadly from the town outwards, at the moment you're walking through countryside on a number of the recreational, you know, the rights of way. The idea is that they would be retained in green corridors, but with pockets of housing in between those green corridors. I'm just trying to get a feel for the sort of, you know, what the experience would be like, how different it would be.
That's correct. Obviously, the intention is that the green corridors will be retained. Obviously, they would be as a minimum of the standards that are set out in the policy. You know, there may be some landscape change, but the intention is that, you know, they're maintained and enhanced throughout the site to ensure that, you know, those routes remain and add to the character of the overall development of the site.
And then once you get to the northern parts of the site that's shown as dark green on the master plan, you get beyond the new edge. I mean, presumably, I can't remember what the policy wording is, but the idea you'd create a landscaped edge to the settlement, then you're getting out into what's shown as green infrastructure. So that would all of that area be landscaped in some way? Also, I mean, leaving aside the golf course and the existing community woodland, but it would all become public open space of some informal nature, would it?
Not as such, I believe. There'll be a range of different forms of green infrastructure provision with the additional access route shown. Obviously, there'll be areas of accessible community woodland, the relocated golf course, maybe some areas of farmland. The policy doesn't specify all of the types of green infrastructure, but it sets out the specific types it would expect to see. It includes additional routes. So as you'll see, there's a proposed additional route along the River Skern corridor, all the way along the River Skern. So there's a range of additional facilities that we would expect to be, and the developer, you know, may be able to further clarify on that as well as part of their overall ambitions for the scheme.
Yeah, okay. So existing recreational routes, public rights of way, bridle ways, etc., would be retained, and they would be obviously within a different context for at least parts of them, but they would be landscaped, and then some additional routes would be created, and that the big blocks of green infrastructure between the development and the river would take a number of different forms, one of which is we'll come on to in terms of the golf course. In terms of biodiversity again then, you've I think Fiona McCall said there wasn't a viability assessment. Sorry, not biodiversity assessment done for this particular site. Mr. Clark seems to think one had been commissioned or done, but there's not one before me in the library, is there? In terms of for this, it's a sustainability appraisal.
That's correct. Yes, our evidence is the sustainability appraisal. There's no formal survey document. No. You've
seen the one by that's been provided by the Green Party, the bird one. Has the council been through that, and is it got any kind of comments on that? Does it broadly agree with it or disagree with it?
I think it's just an ecological assessment that identifies the range of species that do exist on the site. I don't think it alters our approach in any way. The higher level assessment done through the sustainability appraisal, and we don't think that that changes the overall approach from that, which is that that by applying policies N7 and N8 to the site being brought forward, these will ensure that the sites and features of biodiversity importance, including the priority habitats, are still given full and appropriate recognition, safeguarded through adequate mitigation that's provided in accordance with national policy. We'll be seeking the overall net gain in diversity on the site as per the requirements of those policies. So no, we don't feel that sort of changes our approach to the site. There are adequate, appropriate mitigation measures in place through H10 and policies N7 and N8 to ensure that biodiversity is protected, mitigated, and net gain is achieved on the site.
Right. So we've got lists of species and various other lists of things that are included in that consultancy. As you say, it's a catalogue of what can be identified by them, and so you're aware of all that. That's something that, from the council point of view, that can all be dealt with in a sort of way through the policies and the plan. And in terms of the plan that was provided, I think it's got a number. It's got basically the it's mapping the different sort of characteristics of the woodland area, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. You've seen that, and is that broadly accurate as far as you're concerned?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So let me come on now to the golf club relocation and the existing community woodland. You helpfully provided some maps for this, as did the Skerningham estate. So I'll just get one to hand. There we go. Right. So your map provided in response to SQ4 shows existing community woodland. I think it's the area that's edged dark green with a light green edging to it. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it seems to be different to the area of the existing good community woodland shaded light green on Skerningham's plan. If you look at the two plans together, is it because your plan includes proposed community woodland in addition to?
I think that's something that Skerningham Estates may be able to clarify for you, sir.
Right, okay. Both plans seem to show the relocated golf course extending nearly to the river. So basically from the distributor road going almost to the river. That's my reading. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Skerningham's plan and your plan, which is I think is based on a layout provided by the site promoters.
But it was provided by the site promoters, yes. Yeah.
So I mean, it's that golf course. It doesn't have an edge to it, but it's basically seems to take up all of that land between the distributor road and pretty much to the river, subject to a green corridor along the river. And it's a mixture of presumably sort of fairways, tees, bunkers, and bits of woodland.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Skerningham's plan measures the amount of woodland that would be lost, and it gives a figure of 7.5 hectares, I think, and they're shown as purple blocks on the plan. But in reality, doesn't all of that golf course, it would no longer really be community woodland, would it?
Well, areas that are within the golf course wouldn't necessarily be fully accessible, I guess. Yes. So I think the key for us is these plans are illustrative at this stage. They're not sort of, it's to give an idea that the locations, and the location would have to be confirmed through the more detailed master planning work. We would through applying the.
Yeah, I understood. But I mean, the golf course is going to be where the community woodland broadly is now, not on some other farmland, say to the southern part of the site or something like that. Yeah.
That's where it's broadly indicative on the master plan framework. The policy requirement is to ensure a net gain in community woodland. So, we would be working to ensure that any area that is identified as community woodland is accessible as community woodland, to ensure that that policy requirement is achieved. So if areas within the golf course aren't accessible as community woodland, then we would be looking for that additional woodland to be provided elsewhere to ensure that net gain in accessible community woodland is provided.
So net gain in existing community woodland. Have we got a figure for the existing? Yes, we probably do. Existing woodland to be retained, it says on Skerningham's plan, 35 hectares, and 7 to be removed. But the 7 to be removed is much more than that in practice, because much more than the 7 would go into the golf course. Maybe some trees left amongst the fairways and the bunkers and the tees, but yeah. Okay, so the new areas of community woodland would be another block to the northwest, yep, near towards the East Coast Main Line. Yep.
Yes, there's an addition. Well, as I say, these are the developers' illustrative proposals. They're not ours.
I haven't got anything else to go on, have I? This is what I've got. No. Okay, so the one block there, and then another block to the southeast of the existing community woodland going towards Bampton Lane, yeah?
That's correct, yes. Yeah.
And then there would be a kind of there'd be a link probably around the golf course, between the golf course and the river. I think you described a new routeway, so that there could be a link around the golf course, around to connecting those two areas, but they're quite a considerable distance apart, aren't they? Yeah.
That's correct. So there would be access sort of all the way around from those on the western part, along the river corridor, all the way around the golf course, sort of into that other area to the eastern part of the site near to Bampton Lane. Yes, yeah, that's.
So in terms of the new planting, we've already heard that the distributor road would be built by 2030, and we've got the blocks of development shown. I can't remember. Do any of them affect the golf course? I can't remember now on the phasing plan. I think probably not, but someone can clarify that for me. Okay, but woodland planting. When would the new woodland planting be starting to be put in?
We would obviously expect that to be put in through the phasing of the development. That'd be a detailed consideration to be understood with the developer through the more detailed master planning and planning application process. But obviously there'd clearly be a need for the woodland to be established prior to the other areas being lost, to ensure that there was the net gain in development in community woodland being provided.
So Skerningham say the golf course will be relocated in 2030. So that's only 9 years, isn't it? Time, and the development starts in 2 or 3 years' time. So, I mean, there's a lot of infrastructure. The road's got to be built by 2030, all of it. Or it's assumed it's going to be built by 2030. So I suppose it's kind of an understanding of when the phasing of this is likely to be in terms of the wood. I mean, trees take a long time to mature, don't they?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, no, that's it. I mean, obviously they would have to be planted at the earliest stage to give a level of maturity. So through the through the planning application stage, we would be seeking that, at the earliest opportunity for those trees to be planted to ensure that the.
Yeah, but there's quite a lot of other demands on early infrastructure and funding, isn't there, by the sound of things, in terms of not least the road?
Yes, obviously there are a range of other infrastructure requirements, but I am aware that this is one that's set out in some of the developers' statement, that this is, part of what they're expecting to undertake as part of bringing the site forward is the early phasing of the planting.
Okay, well, even say it were planted in, well, when the development starts in 2 or 3 years' time. So the trees by 2030, if the golf course is moving on and the new golf course is being created, what would the trees be like in 2030?
Well, I'm not an arboriculturalist, but there'll still be younger trees. It depends on the type of trees, and I couldn't answer that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but yeah, they would be young trees, wouldn't they? It wouldn't be a woodland.
I think an added point is as well that it would be in replacement of a woodland that's sort of circa 20 years. So it's not sort of replacing a very mature woodland. It's fairly immature woodland that would be getting replaced. So.
I'll hear more about that, but I mean so yes, I understood that there's the Skerningham estates, and there was funding was put in to create the community woodland 20 so years ago, but that was based on some existing. What was there before? There were trees. It wasn't just farmland, was it? Or was it?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, someone else. I'll find that out in due course. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you for that. So just talking about other infrastructure now, if I could. Schools, healthcare, other social infrastructure. What again, this is about phasing really. I mean, obviously there are policy requirements in this policy, but also other parts of the plan to make, well, there's a number of schools that have to be provided, 2 primary schools and a secondary school, I think, on the site. And there could be contributions to NHS services, etc. So how's all this going to be managed through the phasing of development? When are these things likely to come forward in relation to the houses?
I believe these are set out in the phasing plan that's referred to through the statement of common ground. It'll be sought that the various types of infrastructure are provided at the appropriate points through the development as the need is generated, as the number of dwellings come forward. So these would all be worked out to ensure through the application stage the appropriate conditions are in place to ensure that all the infrastructure is provided as is required.
So in terms of say I take this plan period up to 2036, which of the schools would be built, for example? Would one or both primary schools, or the secondary school, or none of?
It would be dependent, first and foremost, on the capacity of the existing schools in the area. So, obviously that's a movable feast. So it would have to be dictated at the point in time that the application is brought forward, first and foremost, as to the level of existing provision, as to when the new schools are required, and then it would be ensured that they were in place if the need can't be accommodated through the existing infrastructure.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll have another look at the statement of common ground and see if that provides any further clarification on that. What I'm going to do now, Mr. Rush, I'll give you a break.
Thank you.
I've got quite a few questions. Well, I've got some questions about viability, but I'm not going to do those now, because I did say to Mrs. Murray, if not someone else, I can't remember, maybe Mr. Bowie as well, that if they've got any key points they wish to make before we break for lunch, I'll do that. I know there's hands up. There's quite a lot of hands up. I've asked quite a lot of questions, covering quite a lot of ground. We're going to go back all over it again, all of those topics, insofar as people want to. And I'm going to do it in a kind of sequences. So I'm not going to go through the hands up now, other than, could you, if you're not able to come this up, if you're not, sure who's, as I said, I'm going to give people who can't come back this afternoon an opportunity to make any key points. And then they'll also have the opportunity to watch this afternoon on YouTube in due course. So could you just put your hands down for now, unless you're not able to come back this afternoon, or you've got a really key procedural point that you need to deal with before we break for lunch. So yeah, Judith Murray.
Thank you, sir. A couple of issues that I'd like to raise with regards to what we've discussed about this morning, and perhaps I'll just maybe mention something about viability, as I'm not able to attend this afternoon's session.
Yeah, sure.
Well, so firstly, I thought it was very interesting that Mr. Casey said that the whole idea of the Darlington Northern Link Road was to take traffic off the A1150 and the A167, and that was the whole purpose of the Darlington Northern Link Road. Yet the Skerningham development will actually put traffic directly onto the A1150 and the A167. So it seems that doesn't add up to me. That doesn't make sense. He also said that the link road, the Skerningham Link Road, not the Darlington Northern Link Road, will be. Yeah, the distributor road, yes, will be in place by 2030, and therefore the potential impact on Barmpton Lane may possibly only be the impact of the 90 houses which are going to be built up until 2025. This was not what members of the public were led to believe when they attended a consultation event held by Darlington Borough Council. We were led to believe that the impact on Barmpton Lane would potentially be up to an additional 1,000 cars by 2030. So that is something that is new to me today. And I also have to say that just because a distributor road may be in place to serve the additional 900 homes which are going to be built up to 2030, that doesn't mean to say that the people who live in those new builds will actually use the distributor road, and there is still a real risk that Barmpton Lane may be the shortest route into town, and therefore people who live close to Barmpton Lane on the new development will actually continue to use Barmpton Lane as an access road rather than the distributor road. So I think that is something else that needs to be factored in. My other points that I'd like to raise just before I'll let you move on, about viability. We've talked about the fact that Winfield and Sadburge are what they call medium areas, and the council's also discussed the fact that with it being a garden village, they're hoping to have a what I would think would be a significant proportion of the development to fall into the higher value category. I'd just like to say that I'm not quite sure how that will work if most developments within this area, and given the proximity of this development to Winfield and Sadburge, is it going to be justifiable to then try and sell houses at much more of a premium than what the houses are already valued at in Winfield and Sadburge? Are people going to be willing to pay those kind of prices? And if they're not, if the viability should fall, what sort of impact will this have on the deliverability of the infrastructure, in particular the distributor road and the primary schools? And I think there is a real risk that if viability is not as forecast, then this could have a significant impact on deliverability of the development, and also the impact of local services that currently exist, which will be put under even more strain if we're having to facilitate additional houses in the area. I also have a question with regards to Darlington Golf Club. I'd like to know how crucial the golf club land is to this development. I understand that there has been no agreement reached to sell the golf club land yet. And will an agreement be reached prior to you making your decision, in all fairness? And I think that was all I wanted to. If the golf club land is not forthcoming and is not crucial to the development, how will this potentially change the development going forward? I understand that the golf club have expressed an interest in relocating, but they haven't actually said that they will relocate, and they have made no agreements to sell the land. So I would be interested to see how crucial the golf club land is to the Skerningham development and its deliverability. And going back to what you said this morning, sir, I will catch up on YouTube tonight, and if I have any further comments, I will email the programme officer.
Well, I think rather than email any further comments, obviously I've read your statement. If having looked at the YouTube recording of this afternoon, you feel that there's any really critical thing that you would have, wanted to respond to or discuss, if you could let Liz know, and I'll think about how best to talk to you about it rather than having any further written statements.
Okay. Yeah.
As I said, I've read your statement. You've covered quite a lot of ground in your statement. It's all helpful. Hopefully you'll reflect. Hopefully you'll recognise that some of the questions I've had to the council reflect some of the things that you had picked up yourself. But yes. If leave it like that. I mean, and don't feel rushed now, because I know we don't. If there's anything further you wish to say now, you can do so. But if not, thank you for that. And I'll see if there's any other sort of people that need to speak before we break for lunch.
I can't think of anything. I think they were the main points that I wanted to raise.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Right, Mr. Bradley. Is this? Are you there, Mr. Bradley?
I am. I just can't get the camera to work. Oh, there we go.
I can hear you anyway.
My main point, I've got a number of points, but the main point I wanted to talk about before lunch was a total contradiction of what has been said by a representative of the Darlington Planning Department and the Skerningham Estates. The Darlington Planning Department state that the complete road, which I call the Skerningham Link Road, but I'm not quite sure, that links the A167 to the A1150 will be completed by 2030. Darlington Council state that, but Skerningham Estates say it will not be completed until after 2036 because of the number of houses that they propose to build. So which one is correct? They have not even given a date. Skerningham have not even given a date for the link road onto the A167. And it is mainly to do with the bridge over the East Coast Main Line.
Okay, thank you. Are you here this afternoon?
I hope so, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well,
but I just thought it needed to be mentioned now because it was a very pertinent point, and I would like Skerningham and Darlington to maybe give us an answer for this afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. There's lots of pertinent points. There's lots of questions that I've been through with the council. The council responded to, and there's lots of follow-up questions there that you and no doubt others will have, and I have in myself.
Yeah, but this is fundamental. It's fundamental to the point of. It's fundamental to the point that 2030 is 9 years away. Skerningham is saying it won't be developed until well after 2036. That means that all the development will come down Barmton Lane.
Yeah. Understood, Mr. Bradley. Thank you. We're going to go back through these topics this afternoon, and we'll get inputs from Skerningham Estates and others. As I said at the beginning, I wanted to just go through and get the council's overall view of these sort of topics, so that everyone's got a feel for what I'm asking them and the kind of initial responses. But it helps me to sort of do it that way, and then to go back and sort of get other people's views as well. Right. Is there anyone else now who wishes to who can't be here this afternoon, or have got any key procedural points that they wish to raise now? If not, I think what we'll do is we'll break for lunch just before 1 o'clock. So when we come back, I will go through my questions about viability, about the council's viability assessment and what that shows us for this site. And then I'll have been through everything that I wanted to go through, at least initially with the council. And then I'll go, I think what I'm going to do is go to Skerningham Estates next, after I've done that, and get them to, I think we'll then start with them on viability, but also go back through the other topics with Skerningham Estates to get their view on those various things. And then we'll go back through with other people through the various topics. Hope that's clear enough. So unless there's any other questions, procedural questions now, we'll break and we'll come back, I think, at, it's 5 to, well, no, we'll come back at 2 o'clock. So we've got an hour and 5 minutes. And as I said, we've got this afternoon to go through the rest of these topics on Skerningham, because we're going to deal with Faverdale on next Tuesday. If anyone wishes to say anything further about Elm Tree Farm that can't be here tomorrow, I'll also make sure we've got time for that. So hopefully that means we'll be able to get through this, the Skerningham site this afternoon. I'm hopeful of that. If, however, there are any issues that we've not been able to deal with in sufficient detail, or there is something I wish to have a pause about and somebody maybe has to go away and think about and come back, what I'm suggesting at this stage, I think we may use this Thursday afternoon if necessary. I'm hopefully it's not, but if necessary, we may pick up some of this again on Thursday afternoon this week, if that's essential. But I'm not saying that is the case now. I just thought I may as well flag that up now, just in case it makes any difference to people arranging their busy lives. Okay, so after lunch at 2 o'clock, I'll have some questions, I think, to Mr. Simpson about viability and what their assessment says for this site. So we'll break that. Oh, sorry, you need to exit this. You need to leave this meeting because this afternoon's meeting is a new one. You should all have received an email with a link in it for this afternoon. So if you could join that, say 1:45, just to make sure you've got connection, and then we'll start again. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. But hopefully you've all got that. If you want to check that sooner rather than later, it's probably wise. Then if you don't appear to have a link that works, or you haven't got a link at all, if you can get in touch with Liz, who will no doubt then have to be working through her lunch break to deal with any such requests. Okay, Judith Murray's hand's up, but I think that's probably left over from her putting it up before. No other hands up. So we will end this morning session there, and I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.